Good morning and welcome to Willowmoore Park. It is the final day of this India A and SAA contest. Yesterday we had blue skies, lovely sunshine. The sun is out, but there is some threatening clouds around, and we're going to have a great day of cricket and hopefully a full day of cricket as we see India A continuing their innings. They're on 159 for the loss of 4 wickets, with Willowmoore coming into the attack. He opened the bowling yesterday as well and picked up the 1 wicket for yesterday. Bowled very well, very aggressively. Bowled 1 or 2 great bumpers. We can just have a look at the scorecards that happened yesterday. South Africa batted first and did a great job in their innings. And they scored 263 after they were 167 for 7 in the start of play. The final partnership, a mammoth 70 odd runs to help us into this great position. India A is 159 for 4. And at the crease we got Varma and Jurel, the wicket keeper. Varma is 14 of 55 and Jurel is 10 of 36 deliveries. Very exciting. Varma facing up to Willowmoore. And just a nice gentle loosener. You can see the carry not quite there yet, and the sun is just ducked behind the clouds to give us some cloud cover. It has been a fantastic series this far. Pity it's only 2. We need more of these to play to show the amount of talent that both these countries have in their arsenal. And in the South African innings, Avesh Khan taking 5 wickets. He bowled phenomenally well, and he picked up his 5 on the last wicket. He bowled 23.3 overs, only conceded 54 runs at an economy of 2.3. But more importantly, he bowled 103 dots. And most of those dots were going past the outside edge as well. So fantastic bowling. That's Avesh Khan, 5 for 54. And it was very well supported in the wickets column by Akshar Patel, who picked up 2. Navdeep Saini picked up 1 wicket. And then also Washington Sundar also picking up a solitary wicket. For South Africa, the wicket takers thus far, it's been spread out. Almost all the bowlers has a wicket, except Bayer Swanepoel, who made a bit of a drop catch of his first wicket. Oh, this one just hitting the splice. Just a little bit extra bounce coming over the wicket to the left-hander now is Willowmoore. And as I mentioned, he just made a bit of a hash of it, dropping one of his own bowling. And that was Sudarshan that was dropped. But Willowmoore picked up the 1 wicket. His 10 overs have gone for 37 thus far with 1 maiden. Bayer Swanepoel has gone for 28 in his 6. Johan van Dijk has picked up 2. It's bowled 2 maidens, also picked up a wicket. This one just worked around the corner, just finding the inside part of the bat. And Longleg just picks it up, gets it into the hands of Breetska. Oh, sorry, Rickleton, who's the keeper for SAA. And like I said, Johan van Dijk picking up a wicket. His 9 overs went for 34. His first 4 overs wasn't very convincing, and then he came back with a brilliant spell. Tsepo Moreki, he picked up a wicket as well. His 5 overs went for 31 runs. And then Bjorn Fortuin also picking up a wicket, bowling 4 maidens. His 10 overs only going for 20 runs. Jurel about to face his first ball of the morning. Just getting him behind it. And a nice gentle start to the game this morning. Only the 1 run that comes from the Willowmoore over is now 11 overs, 1 for 38. As we see Bayer Swanepoel taking off the jersey and the cap, he'll be opening up the bowling. He's the leading wicket taker in our local domestic 4-day cup. He didn't have the best of starts to his SAA debut. Conceded 5 fours. Sudarshan took a liking to him and played some brilliant shots, especially through that point region where he was brutal. And Varma is about to face up to Bayer Swanepoel. 6 overs, 0 for 28. He would look to improve on that and maybe just get into that wickets column as well. And with us losing that very first day due to pitch conditions, and then also a lot of time in a day 2 where it was called off due to rain, this has become a 2.5 day test almost. With every day extended by a half an hour, and scheduled overs left for today after this one will be 96 that we hope to get in. We were about 10 short yesterday. Trying to get as much cricket in as possible because both these teams have got something to prove. They want to show the selectors that they want to be in that Cape Town test that is up next, after especially the Indian side would look at making a few changes after South Africa beating them with an innings and 32 runs, where the bowlers ran rampant on the Indian batters and only Kohli standing strong. This morning, Bayer Swanepoel has just been on the money thus far with his first couple of deliveries. This is what we are used to seeing him in our domestic leagues. Not the greatest of pace, but the control and the consistency is phenomenal. And we've seen in the 4-day cup as well, he's a very patient bowler, so he doesn't mind just hitting those lengths on a length and the whole time. Can do that for overs on end. He's a very much a workhorse for the Warriors team. This one just a tad fuller, just trying to get into that, between bat and pad. End of the second over for the morning, a maiden from Bayer Swanepoel, looking a lot more relaxed and rhythmic through his action. 160 for the loss of 4, and is after 42 overs. And like I said, scheduled play, still 96 overs left for today. Run rate has dropped. In the beginning of the innings, they were going at 5s and 6s, and now it's gone down to 3.8. And for both these teams, it's going to be a question of spending time in the middle and showing the selectors that they got the grit, they got the fortitude, they got the willpower to bat for long periods of time to maybe get into that red ball team for their country. Oh, this one finding inside part of the bat, and Varma very interested in a single there. Jurel just sending him back, saying, "What are you doing, mate? Where are you going? Go back." He was not interested in that run whatsoever. Rickleton just having a chat there with Bjorn Fortuin, maybe just some strategy. Oh, a stifled appeal by everyone in the back, knowing that there was 2 noises and also just sliding down the leg side. No one got really excited. Jurel does have a back and across action, so he does move into the line of the stump, so it does give you that impression that he might be an LBW candidate, but clearly 2 noises on that occasion. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, cover, mid on, mid off. Oh, this one just straying on the legs. Quick single, run out chance. Oh, direct hit. He might have been in trouble, but he looked comfortable all the way. Leg bye given. So the second run this morning for the Indian A side comes with the compliments of a leg bye, and it brings Varma back on strike to do on Willowmoore. He has faced 66 deliveries thus far and only hitting the one boundary. Oh, this time went for the pull. A bit more venom in that one. Just rushing him and can't quite get over it to play into that vacant mid-wicket. On the leg side, it is only mid-on, and then also a very wide square, almost between a square and mid-wicket in front of square. They do have the long leg out, and then two slips. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Two slips and a gully. Then also the backward point cover and a mid-off on the offside for the left-hander. He's just having a look there at the field, trying to decide where to go. What would the next one be? Went for the pull shot the previous one. Oh, this time just going back to basics. At the moment, South African bowlers are bowling a brilliant length. They are difficult to get away, and the line is very aggressive as well. So it's a very difficult length to play and also be comfortable at the crease. Going around the wicket to Tilak Varma there. Another end of the over. Only the leg bye conceded in that over. And Tilak Varma is one of those players that, if you look at his list A, is not the highest average, but he is one of those fantastic young talents that you want in your team. A left-hander batter. Only 21 years of age. And his first class stats is an average of 37 and a strike rate of 55. Only had the 9 innings and scored 523 runs in that 5 innings. His list A is 29 matches, scored 1,304 runs and an average of 52 and a strike rate of 97 as Bayers Swanepoel come in to Jurel. So definitely young talent coming through in India, and nice to see they're bringing them along to South Africa to get used to the conditions here, as this is where the Under-19 World Cup will be as well, and also 2027 will be our next major trophy that we'll be hosting. And you can hear the chatter there, everyone just very excited about the bowling. They love it at the moment. As we have a quick look at Dhruv Jurel, he's also only 22 years of age, wicket-keeper batter. Oh, this one nearly creeping through that bat and pad. Just having a look at his arm, it might have just grazed the arm as it came through. That front arm is always going to be in the mix. It's always going to hurt. It's going to be painful. His first class career is 13 matches, 658 at an average of 43.9. And his list A is very similar to that. 10 matches, 189 runs, and that's an average of 47.2. Not the greatest T20 player, but he was featured in the IPL of 2023 as well, where he played 13 matches and scored 152 runs and an average of 21, but a strike rate of 172. . 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172. 172 And a pretty decent gloveman as well. We saw him took a couple of catches way down the leg side. Oh, getting very excited, very animated at the moment. One more ball to go in the 44th over. 161 for 4. And the South African bowlers have been on the money from the word go. Nothing loose, nothing expensive. We saw the one pull shot from Varma that he went for one. It wasn't that short. Bayer Swanepoel just looking like a different bowler this morning. His second maiden in a row. And he's now gone for 8 overs. 3 maidens for 28. Looking much better this morning. Much more comfortable. Rhythm looking better. Same with Willowmoore. He bowled well yesterday, but the rhythm just looks great this morning. 161 for loss of 4 after 45. A run rate is 3.7. Varma is on 15 of 69. And then also Jurel, the wicket-keeper batter, is 10 of 46. Oh, this one just hit into the deck. Well, if you're just happy to grab it there with his big hands. He is a very big unit. And a little bit of aggression signs by Varma this morning. Went for a pull shot. This one he just tried to drive it right past Willowmoore. Might be a little frustration creeping in. Faced 70 deliveries. He's only on 15. Oh, this one leant into it. Lovely shot through the covers. It is a beautiful stroke. And this time Willowmoore just over pitching and gifting him a lovely juicy half volley, and he just strokes it through the covers. 4 runs to the scoreboard, and also the first boundary of today's play. That should settle the nerves for Varma. He's just looked a little bit over aggressive this morning, and that one will just calm him down a tad. Will not impress Willowmoore, as we see that deep square goes out immediately, and he comes back around the wicket to the left-hander. He might feel tucking him up is the best way to go. Oh, Willowmoore doing great work of his own bowling. You always want to get that single going after a boundary is scored. Halfway through the 45th, and Willowmoore conceding that one boundary. A lovely drive by Varma. Deep square, long leg out. We saw him going for a pull a bit earlier on as well in the previous over of Willowmoore. Just happy to duck under that one. $165 for loss of 4 after 44 overs. The deficit has gone down to 98 now, but I think the time will catch up to the deficit at the end of the day. Oh, very well judged leave there. Just going over that off stump. And immediately the nerves after the boundary just settling Varma in a little bit. Feet's just moving better, happy to leave, not trying to get into the line of all the deliveries. And with the man at square, that hook shot might just be put back into the bag for a bit. Oh, well left, swayed out of the way, And as I said, it won't go for the pull now. It's 165 for a loss of 4 wickets. That's after 45 overs. Scheduled overs left for today is 93. And I'm joined by my partner in crime, Pendulo Makobane. Welcome.
Ah, what a morning. What a morning it's been. Still survival of Jurel and Varma. We've been batting pretty well since yesterday. And the expectation is to just see them bat out until the end of the day. We're not really going to be seeing much of a result here today, unless if something magical happens, bowlers whip out magic and the wickets just start tumbling and becomes a 30 wicket day, which I don't see happening.
Oh, or the pitch starts playing along as well. That could also be a factor there. That one just showing a little demon there, creeping a bit lower. So, yeah, getting 26 wickets in today's play. We had a magical 4-day game where there was 18 wickets in the day with the Warriors and the Titans. But I doubt 26 wickets in a day. But as I said earlier, it's not necessarily about the results. It's about the time of the crease and the... Just wanting to show the selectors why they should be picked for that Cape Town test in both camps. I think that would be the main thing, especially for the Indian camp, which might look to have some changes after yesterday.
It was a walloping, wasn't it?
Oh.
There's no other way to put it. Losing by an innings and a couple of runs, being such a big team, is something that leaves some sense of embarrassment from the team, you know, from the fans as well, especially after coming such a good win from the ODI series. But it was the pattern in the same fashion when the Indians were here last.
We know all about those devastating moments. South Africa has had a few, not just World Cups, but also we've had a few test matches not going our way. Best teams on paper, unfortunately, get played on clay. It didn't work out for us, and so we all know the quality of the Indian team and how they will bounce back.
And when you take a look at the quality that is on this team, Joshua Richards, just a small fumble there. Luckily to bring it back though, is also quality. There's quality in both teams actually, but now when you're speaking about this Indian team's quality, we were talking yesterday, Wayne and I, about how the bowling attack is so strong that it can actually directly replace some of the players who are playing in the Centurion test. Yes, it was kind of a joke, but when you're looking at it, you're like, oh, maybe there is some sort of argument. You're looking at the batting department, which was the problem, because if you lose by an innings, you failed to score the runs. It means that you have the likes of Sudasan here, who just fell through, couldn't bring in the runs. A great opportunity for a Tilak Varma, who was able to score that half century in the ODI series. Now it's a chance for him to say, can I make it big in the red ball game so that I can make a difference to the team once we get to Cape Town?
And then also you got to mention a guy like Avesh Khan as well. You got to feel that he's going to get the call up. The seamers just didn't look the part for the Indian team, so he's got to be in the mix.
Definitely a big chat for him. Some of the bowlers really not hitting their mark in Centurion. Difficult outing with Dean Alga being where he is in his mind frame and in his game. Doesn't mean that it's going to change once he gets down to Cape Town, but right here, Bayer Swanepoel just completed a very tidy over. That last ball nearly getting that off stump. Such a good delivery, and it leaves the deficit still on 98 because it was a maiden over.
That is his third maiden of this morning in the 3 overs that he's bowled. He has just been the comeback kid this morning. Fantastic bowler. This is the Bayers that we know from the 4-day cup, the leading wicket taker. And why is the leading wicket taker?
You know, it's so irritating because he doesn't give you time. His run-up is so short. He gets to you right now. The ball is sharp. It's one of those balls because he gets it so full. He gets it to do something because of those wrists. He always extracts something from the pitch. So when he gets it into those areas, doesn't matter that the ball is 46 overs old. He can still get it to talk. it's really helpful that the conditions are the way they are, just slightly gloomy, but you still have to put the ball in the areas for it to do something, which I'm very glad that today he's starting to show that quality of his.
Oh, this one just finding the outside part of the bat, a little bit of extra bounce there by Willowmoore, and yes, just showing that quality. And he does have a Vernon Philander feel to him, doesn't he? He can hold the bat. He's a left-handed bat. He's a proper bat, and then also he's got just hitting those marks, letting it nip off the seam, bring it in, taking it out. You just have that Vernon Philander feel to him.
You know, the thing is, you look at a bowler, and when you're a bowler who understands what you have to offer, what your skill sets are, and then you dive into that understanding of who you are as a player, something just shines. Because the back of a length, this hard-hitting length of Benoni looks so beautiful. It gets you energized, it gets the team chatting, it gets the batter a little bit stunned, and then you have to come and be okay with hitting the line and length, be okay with being defended on the front foot, be okay with just being there constantly. But that is what counts as well, because the batting part, the bowling partnerships then come into shine. He's different from you, then you get the wicket, you different from him, so he gets the wickets. It's all just a beautiful harmony in how it works. So staying true to yourself in such an environment is very key, because it's so easy to be misled if things weren't working, especially since yesterday he was going everywhere, spraying the ball. So easy to come back after dropping a catch as well and lose your head today. But none of that.
None of that. And we all talk about batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships is so important. Bowling three maidens, you need the bowler on the other side, especially when it's a Willowmoore, to keep the pressure on. He's a very intimidating person running in. He's a big boy. He's all arms, he's all legs. He's got a very strong action as well. And if you've got the guys chatting as they are at the moment, it does make it very hard batting, because all of a sudden this huge field shrinks a lot, and the only thing you see is the white instead of the green where you need to place the ball. And you mentioned earlier with the back of a length that Willowmoore is bowling is looking much more comfortable on that length. He's just flowing the action because that's where he wants to be.
It's you as a bowler, you always have that natural length, that your action and your height and everything of your physiology allows you to bowl.
Bull shot. There is someone out there. He did try it this morning as well with the in the first over that Willowmoore bowled at him, but there is a square leg, and unfortunately the big story is another front foot no ball for the South African bowlers.
Unfortunate one. You'll be ruining the mistakes of yesterday. Beautiful catch from Joshua Richards and Gully, but all overstepped. So now doesn't want to have that same problem carrying in through the day. And the wonderful thing with first-class cricket, Gert, is that at all times you always have an opportunity to make a comeback. But 11 no balls is not looking good in the eyes of the South Africans, because those are all front foot no balls. As we see the end of over number 47, they still trail by 96 to the Indians.
Fantastic bowling. Only the one ball from Willowmoore that's been overpitched that he got driven through the covers. A lovely shot by Varma, who's on 20 of 81, and Jurel is 10 of 53. Partnership is 27, but they found it very hard to rotate. As we know, the Indian batters love to drop and go. They love the singles. They love to get the scoreboard ticking the whole time. And Bayer Swanepoel and Willowmoore this morning, they had no answer thus far except for that one shot through the covers.
It's only a matter of time now. It's only a matter of time until the pressure starts to tell. But shows the true measure of a quality batter. is to keep those cracks from showing for as long as you can, because the bowlers will not stop throwing those rockets against the wall. Is your wall strong enough to withstand all of those rocks?
And this is now what the Indian players in this team. Oh, inside part of the bat, nearly sneaking through, and the first run conceded by Bayer Swanepoel this morning, and a bit of lucky runs as well. And back to my point, this is what the batters now would want to show those test selectors, that I can bat for a long time. I can face the deliveries and make it count.
And you can face it in conditions which are definitely not favoring you right now. When the bowlers have their hitting their mark, the sun is not hitting the pitch. The fielders are chatting, the fielders are backing up their bowling. Even the big man, Johannes van Dijk, is doing his part. That shows you that you are not just having fun out there and just batting, but if you are able to preserve your wickets and then turn those preservations of balls into runs, there's no way that the selectors won't look at you just a little bit differently.
Yeah, he might just have a few changes in that Indian side. Avesh Khan, in my opinion, has got to be playing in the next test match. The control that he's shown, I think with a Bumrah will be a fantastic fit for him in that bowling partnerships.
Reading some of the comments on YouTube, Gokul is saying that the Indian fast bowling.
Loose ball by Swanepoel. The first one that he's bowled badly to this morning, and it's on the hip, down leg side, just helped on its way, rocked into the fence. That's our second boundary for the morning.
And that's the thing. The cracks may show on the batting if the bowling is persistent, but if the batting is true and it stays strong, the cracks will start show in the bowling. And such was the case here with Bayer Swanepoel, having a different test now, bowling to the right-handed Jurel, dropping it a touch shorter, and bowling it much more straighter as well to the right-hander. But there's control in Shilos at mid-wicket as we see the end of that over now.
172 for the loss of 4. Deficit is 91, and the partnership is now 32. And we had a look at Jurel's figures a bit earlier, and his T20 strike rate is 172. So you can go if he needs to. He does have an average of 40 in both the List A games and also the first class. But that strike rate in T20, that was the IPL strike rate of 172. So he can go. So if you're going to give him something to hit and there's no one there, you better know you're going to go.
That's why he's there. But right now the game dictating something different, and that's where we see the true skill set of a player. And he's doing well. 14 from 57 deliveries shows that he can implement a different temperament into his game. Because of that, they change up here, the South Africans. They bring up Tsepo Moreki. He's coming around the wicket to Tilak Varma. Can he bring something different, a different energy, a different vibe, and a different scoreline with 5 wickets for the South Africans?
Oh, immediately hitting the mark. It was very impressive yesterday. There was a couple of boundary balls that he did bowl in the back end of his spell. But in the beginning, his first ball went for 4, and then after that, he just pulled it back nicely for a couple overs, picking up the wicket as well.
He's been bowling very well this season, Tsepo Moreki. Especially in the SAA colours. Just getting 2, getting 3 wickets, going at around 3.2 runs to the over. Really keeping it tidy, exactly what you want from a first change bowler, and at times where he'd even open the bowling, such as the fluidity of the South African attack.
And it's a different action to get used to now, because he's more of a hustling in and skiddy bowler. He comes in at you very quickly, where Willie Veer comes in a bit more lanky, bit more strutting in, where Tsepo Moreki, you always get a feeling that he's running at you. He's not going to stop.
It's so fascinating when you really analyze the different physiologies of the bowlers and how each one of them do something different, but always doing something that's the same. I mean, we all bowling 100%, but he's much shorter. Even his action flies through the air. That ball charges down. Sometimes sliding it down to the leg side just a little bit. It's a single, it's transferred. But this season he's been on the money, getting some extra bounce even, because the wrists also play a factor in what the ball does once it pitches. So once you get that working a bit more, once you get more hustle into your action, once you get more hustle into your momentum run-up even, boom, all of those factors just come beautifully together, and he seems to be very rhythmical this season. It's going to help a lot in the lines that is working with a legend like Alan Donald as well.
Yes. Just hitting the mark from left to right. He does like the challenge, does Tsepo Moreki. And also, as you mentioned earlier, just backing up the bowlers that they started off with. Duan Willowmoore, Bayer Swanepoel bowled brilliantly in that first 10. So you want to have your backer bowlers just do exactly the same, continuing with the pressure. Deficit is still 90. So effectively, minus 90 with 6 wickets in hand.
Look, by all means, the South Africans can find a way to make themselves bat again today.
A little bit of extra bounce there. Just everyone getting excited from this end. It just shows you that there is still something in it for the bowlers as well. And with the conditions, I don't think as a batter you would feel that you are in. You're not going to feel in. You're not going to feel comfortable the whole time.
100%, but that's then compliment to both Varma and Jurel here. 86 deliveries for Varma, 59 for Jurel. Keeping it tidy, you know, wearing some of these deliveries, they are not easy to deal with. The South Africans are currently fresh. The sun is not baking down, so won't really say running around the field is going to get them too drained. So things are working against the batters, but they are holding strong, which is what you need for the first hour of the day. And they still haven't lost a wicket. They trailed by 90 runs at the end of 49.
It's 173 for loss of 4, still 6 wickets to get for the SAA. And there's exactly what we've been talking about the whole morning, is holding true, is showing the selectors, give me a chance. That's all they need. And once you get that chance, take it. Make it yours, make it your own, make it happen for yourself, because those chances are few and far in between. As we see a change in bowling, Johan van Dijk coming in. He picked up the wicket yesterday. He picked up the wicket of Safras Khan. It was caught by Matthew Breedska. First 4 overs didn't go well at all. Had a bit of a start like Bayer Swanepoel also had, and then came back and bowled brilliantly. Did change ends from where he bowled so well. He's now bowling from the pavilion end.
He's starting off exactly where he left off yesterday. He was bowling so well, using the extra little bit of moisture to just get more from the pitch. And right now, it's going to continue with that hustle. He talking about the chances of coming through and getting the opportunity to play at this level, and how the chances might be few and far in between. He has another man who really wants to make his name shine. And it might shine if he continues bowling like this. Back the length, prodding outside the off stump. Tilak Varma, though, aware not to engage in any of those shots, because that's Slip Corden and that backward point, they are all waiting.
Yes, we saw with Willowmoore, he had some protection on the boundary with a deep square. Now they've opted for a mid-wicket and a in front of square. There's 2 men on the leg side. So we can expect the message to the bowler from the captain would be stay off stump, go full stump. If he wants to drag a short one, he's got to drag it from there all the way around. And so that makes it, brings these two players, these two fielders in with a shout, and then they've got the long leg out for the one that might just be misdirected from around the wicket.
Another cool thing is that with Johannes van Dijk getting the ball to move into the left-hander, it may call in that mid-wicket and that mid-on even more. Rowan de Swart, capable fielder standing at mid-wicket. But Johannes van Dijk overstepping.
Another no ball to the telly. Oh, this has been a bit of an issue. We saw Duan Wellifield giving away a wicket yesterday, brilliantly caught by the second slip, and it's the 12th no ball that's been bowled in only 43 overs.
Now sliding down to the leg side. 2 full from Van Dijk. Easy pickings for Varma. That is what the batting waits for. They wait for that loose delivery because it's eventually going to come. And it's important that you take the most out of it, which is what Varma did. 4 runs down to fine leg.
That's the one we were talking about. It's just misdirected. And he just got a faint tickle on it instead of the big piece of wood that they are hoping for with that long leg in position. Just important for India to keep the scoreboard ticking here as well. And also just get that deficit down. So they might want to give their bowlers a go as well. Someone like Khan saying, give me another 10 overs.
But also there's going to come a time where you start thinking about the wellness of the players later on in the day, where you see the game is no longer moving, where you see that the pitch is starting to misbehave a little bit. And with the SA20 coming for the Indians, the Ranji Trophy starting just in the first week of January, you don't want to have any injuries from a game where you are trying to prepare your players. So unless something gives, we might not have even that last session, just because of the safety of the players and how the pitch will continue to evolve.
And also situation of both camps. We've had an injury to Themba Bavuma, as we see the end of the over, 178 for the loss of 4. And it's after 50 overs, and this partnership has gone up to 39. But like I said, it's an injury to Bavuma that they might look at one of these batters to pull up. Is Sabir Hamza maybe going to get a call up? I think that might be the way to go for us, because they want to fill up that 4th spot now with Markram opening up. So that is going to be interesting, and it'd be great to see him getting another opportunity.
Definitely going to be seeing him. I was actually very happy seeing him get that call up finally, because he's been performing brilliantly throughout the season, performing in SAA, performing for the Lions, and now he has an opportunity to showcase his skill at the highest level. Whether or not he's going to be playing at that game is another question. But just like Tepo Moreki, he also comes from Western Province, making his way back to the inland, but playing most of his cricket down in the Western Cape means that he'll have a proper understanding of what's going down in the Newlands pitch. Tony Dazorzi has a 300 in Newlands as well, so that will be a very nice combination for them to use, having Nandre Berger there as well for the team. Just having people who know the conditions as much as possible will always be beneficial to Shukri Conrad.
And it's interesting to see that, or to note, that just because it's your home field doesn't necessarily mean your best performance is going to come there, because we saw the very first time that Dean Elgar scored a century at Supersport Park, where it's been his home for how many years, and he's played there so many times. It was his first century that he scored there.
Shocking stuff. But you know what? We'll say that the energies of you being one with your home ground is in the air. we will say that Nandre Berger had his debut in Super Sports Park. It worked well for him when he made his debut in the Test match as well. So when we go down to Western Province, we're going to take all of those positive vibes, transfer them into the players, and say that, okay, South Africa, this is your home ground, Western Province players, let's see if you can perform here now. Nandre Berg has been doing well there alongside Buren Hendricks, so it'll be exciting to see him there. For the rest of the players, it's a big opportunity for them, man, to really showcase what they're about.
And also, great opportunity for some of the players to see why it is one of the most popular grounds in the world to play at. The view is magnificent.
And the atmosphere that comes with Newlands as well is out of this world. No, they don't have the band, but they have their own vibe. They have their own lush green, and Cape Town seems to be in good weather currently. We've been having disruptions of games up here, up in the north, but we have our group here of commentators and how they normally share pictures like, oh, you guys are raining, look at us at Paul. Look at us in Newlands enjoying a full game of cricket.
And we're sitting under the umbrellas.
Imagine. We are under different umbrellas.
Yeah. Tsepo Moreki has bowled brilliantly. Now, we saw him bowling one a little bit back of a length that Jurel just had a bit of a go at, but he rushed him. Hit him on the splice of the bat, he couldn't get his arms through. And with that, immediately just Fortuin just dropping down to that square leg boundary. And this one almost snuck through the bat as well. Jurel did good to get the old spade out there, just dig it out of the pitch.
Signs that the batter has his eye in. And I love the variation from Tsepo Moreki as well, just testing out if his eye really is in with that block hole delivery. But that's where he's getting the money. There's so much zip straight up from that back of a length area. And it's doing well, Jurel, to guard it and keep it away. And after 51 overs, they still trail by 85 runs.
And just the returns of Tsepo Moreki has been great. Those figures don't really show how well he has bowled. It is 1 for 32 after 7. And Van Dijk is 1 for 39 after his 10. He's starting his 11th now. It's been a great effort this morning from the SA bowlers. Everyone almost conceding a couple of runs and then just pulling it back. Tsepo Moreki has been the pick with Bayos Wanapul this morning.
But the balance of the team is what I'm trying to create. The balance of the bowling. Your Johannes van Dijk and your Dwan Olivia are strike bowlers. Those are the guys you give the ball and say, whatever it takes, bring me a wicket.
Yes. And
most likely, and more often than not, those are the players who go for runs. Buying wickets is expensive.
Yeah, it is.
Creating a batter's, making a batter confident enough to take you on is expensive. And that is the purpose of a strike bowler. And sometimes when you're facing quality batting, you will go for runs and you must be okay with it. But bring back the wickets, which is what Van Dijk has been able to do. So was actually Sarfaraz Khan looking to take on him and on to Matthew Briscat mid-on. So that's their purpose. Get hit, but also hit back.
Bit of expensive shot there by Varma. And also, just to mention that he still plays Division 2 cricket as well. So he would put his hand up. He batted brilliantly at that number 10 spot. Didn't look like a number 10 batter. Second highest run scorer for South Africa. And only being outscored by Tsepo Moreki, the number 11.
Not what you'd expect. I was waiting for you to throw a name in the top 6.
Yeah, so only bowling at Division 2, there's some fantastic players. We know Duplessis and everyone is playing there as well. But that's a couple of players where I don't think you'll be used to bowling at a lineup this deep as this Indian A side, and also this classy as this Indian A side. I mean, a batter like Varma has scored a century against on the highest level for his country. So he knows what it takes. He's faced some of the best, and now he's up against Van Dijk, who's trying to make a name for himself and maybe get that Division 1 contract.
And on top of that, Tilak Varma is an IPL player. There comes a different vibe having faced that quality bowling, because it's all the best from around the world in such a high pressure environment. Hundreds of thousands of fans on you, supporting you, cheering at you if you're not doing the job that you're supposed to be doing. So having an empty stadium like this, having the whole day to bat and trusting in your skill is something that Tilak Varma, from the looks of things, seems to be comfortable with. So that's an added pressure for Van Dijk to deal with. As you can see, trying to do something a little bit different to induce something. But that's what you want from him. You want him to make Tilak Varma slightly, a little bit uncomfortable, but it takes a spell in order to create that pressure. And so far, so good from him.
Yeah, he's one ball away from a maiden over. And as you mentioned, the IPL, I mean, it comes with so much pressure on you, and also it's you got to put in context the IPL. As we see the end of the over, it is a maiden over by Van Dijk. It is 178 for loss of 4, deficit still 85. And you got to put the IPL in context, because there is literally hundreds and maybe even thousands of players that want to get into the IPL. That's putting up their hands on a regular basis. And there's players who get paid just to sit on the side, who never gets a chance to play a game or two, to show their skill set, and to get picked for a India A or an India side. And also thinking how difficult it is sometimes for the Indian players, because there's always 4 international players in that team. So there's only spots for 7 per team. It's highly unlikely that they would have the international players rest. So if you play with a Rohit Sharma, that means he will definitely be there. So that means there's only 6 spots left. And then the next name, and then the next name on the list. So for you as a young player to get picked at 21 years of age to play IPL shows that there is something special about you.
100%. And the thing is, especially for a young player, the Under-19 World Cup puts a lot of things into perspective and says, okay, this person has a future. He was playing in the 2020 Under-19 World Cup, which was here in South Africa. The Indians got to the semi-finals, lost out. Bangladesh winning that Under-19 World Cup here in South Africa. But in that tournament, he didn't really show his best cricket. Batted 6 times and only scored 86 runs, so kind of struggled in the conditions here in South Africa. He also struggled starting off. Only had a chance to face for 1 run in Johannesburg, 10 runs in PE, but it really started coming together in the final match in Paarl when he scored that half century.
Oh, top edge. Coming down to you on Van Dijk. Tsepo Moreki changing the line of attack to around the wicket, and just going a little bit shorter at Jurel, who's been looking to pull.
Interestingly enough, there has also a slight change in his action, Tsepo Moreki. Very slight change into his action, generating more force with that round arm. Small technicalities and how to just make small twitches to get a slight advantage.
And also coming around the wicket, he knows he's got that shoulder dropping, so he has the nature of falling away from the action. There's got to stop himself from falling away, so it just makes that hip pop a little bit straighter through the action. And as I mentioned a lot of times before, coming around the wicket is a skill. It's not just something you pick up and say, oh, this looks fun. Let me give this a go.
Back to stock standard. Easy run though asked for from Jurel. It's a whole change of your body positioning because you're releasing the ball differently, you're trying to execute a different angle. You now have to calculate where the ball must pitch in relation to the batter, because now the ball is coming easier towards the batter, so you don't want to risk being smashed around, but also at the same time you don't want to be too wide where the batter has no incentive to score off you. It's much more easier to get the batter to play at you coming over the wicket, much more difficult to get it correct when you're coming around the wicket.
And also the plans change completely when you come around the wicket. Oh, fantastic fielding there. Oh, bit of miscommunication there by the Indian batters. Jurel was off for the one. He felt there was one, and a bit of ball watching there by Tilak Varma. I think there was a single on offer there, especially with the fielder having to dive.
Jurel is feeling it. Jurel has spring in his feet. He wants to keep those runs turning in. But he needs to be very patient, needs to be cautious as well. The South African fielders are much more livelier, there's chatter around them a bit more.
Getting a bit carried away with the short ball there. You can hear the grunt. He needs a roundabout up to that throat area to make him play or sway out of the way instead of just comfortably ducking underneath it.
Zone was stationed under that helmet. That mid-wicket, Matthew Pritzker waiting for that mistimed ball. He's already given one that was mistimed down to fine leg. Trying to cramp him for the room, but there's space out behind square. So they come back for the sharpest couple of runs. Beautiful batting.
And that is exactly what we expect from this Indian side. We saw it in Poch as well. Great runners between the wickets. And something that's been lacking this morning, as South Africa has been bowling very well. They've been hitting the straps, and the Indian batters just hitting the fielders with consistency. There we can see just the angle change again from Tsepo Moreke coming over the wicket again. And nice to see a guy like Dwayne Olivier next to the bowlers. We saw him next to Johan van Dijk as well. A wealth of experience. Played all over the world. So he knows players, he knows conditions. He can read a batter very well. Oh, that's a much better shorter ball. He had to duck low down.
Phew, that is some hot stuff from Moreke. Did a good job to get away from that Varma, because it was coming, or rather Jurel, because it was coming with a lot of venom. It was coming with a lot of speed, a lot of juice. Very well directed as well, and called Kaya Zondo into action at that short leg very easily. But he survives and sees the end of over number 53. That deficit is on 81 as India are in no rush to be scoring these runs.
Yeah, our partnership is up to 42. It has taken them 140 balls to get there. And they're just now starting to find a little bit of feet, finding a little bit of rhythm between the two batters, which is very important, because that rhythm is what creates the trust. It creates that vibe of if there's a run, let's take a run. Yeah, drop and goes, all that sort of thing. And you trust your batting partner to know also that he timed the ball well enough to maybe not take the single. The ball's getting to the fielder a lot quicker. Was it soft hands? Maybe sometimes he just hits him on the splice and the ball just dies, and you know there's a single because everyone is kind of on the ring and standing on the back foot. just trying to guide that one past that backward point, and as I mentioned earlier, just finding the fielders with consistency.
I think it's a thing also where eventually you become one with the bat, you become one with the track, you become one with all of your processes as you carry on batting. And then there are things that seemingly don't bother you anymore. Your scoring rate doesn't bother you anymore if you understand the context of this game. This game doesn't need you to score any more quicker. This is just a showcase of skill right now. The longer you are there, the more skill you are able to showcase.
And it's not really a pitch practice, but it's kind of more of a pitch trials, if you want to put it like that. The bowlers need to show what they can do as well against better opposition. The batters need to show what they can do because they want that call up for the Cape Town Test. They want that call up for the next one. The tour that is coming up as well, they want that call up into that side. So it's very important for them just to keep going, keep scoring runs. And then also one thing that has been noticeable in both sides is the catching hasn't been crisp. Not everyone has packed in their hands for this South African and India tour.
And unfortunately, those who have gotten the catches, it was an overstep. Like,
Yeah.
the irony of it all, but the small things that need to be go and worked on. The one thing I would genuinely love to see more from the Indians is more chatter in the field. South Africans show shades of that. On a good ball like this, you hear the, oh yes, Yoni, oh yes, Van Dijk, yo, let's go, Tebo. You know, you get that. When you see those with regularity, then you get your slip cord and starting to chat even more, even in between deliveries. Zubair Hamza is master of chirps. He will chirp you for life and that slip cord. And you know, the life comes to it just comes.
And that is something that we picked up in Poch as well. When the first innings, the chatter was low from the Indian side. Then all of a sudden, that second innings, everything just picked up. As soon as they started picking up wickets, started going their way, everything picked up and they just looked better. And it's all about the energy that you put out. If you're going to let your shoulders drop and the energy is low, then the ball coming at you will also, you will not go with that intensity towards the ball that you normally would. But if you're expecting the ball the whole time instead of waiting for it the whole time, it just picks up the intensity.
Love that point. Not this point of second wide from the over, but at least it's wides with intent. It's wides with short deliveries, trying to gun at the head.
You got to just question Van Dijk's strategy there a little bit. He does have someone under the helmet, so it doesn't need to be that short. You kind of just want to go back over length, and he also has no one at deep square. So he's basically hoping for one thing, and it's with his long leg out the top edge pull. And I don't think he's that quick to maybe get that. If he's going to go back of a length, I think he'll be more dangerous, especially with the man that was under the helmet there, which they've moved away now, putting back into the slips with two slips, a gully, a backward point.
That comes back speaking to the value of understanding your game plan as a batter. Tilak Varma doesn't seem unfazed at all, so composed. And he's showing that composure against what seems to be Van Dijk's very best deliveries, the back of a length one, the one that will hit the top of off stump, the one coming back into him as the left-hander. Those ones. It just seems so comfortable with it. And eventually as a bowler, you're like, what must I do? Okay, let me try this now. Let me try that now. Okay, let's see this. But what I've been impressed with Van Dijk is that he can easily go back to stock delivery and control the over one at a time. It's the end of the 54th here. 184 for the loss of 4.
Deficit now dropped to under 80s. Seems like we've been speaking about the deficit in the 80s for quite a while, for a couple of overs. It is now 79. partnership is 44 of 148 deliveries. Tilak Varma is there, 27 of 106. And we also have got Jurel, the wicket keeper, 17 of 71. Nice swap of numbers there for him.
Everything is aligning. Everything is in harmony, like we've been saying. It's all beautiful. The birds are flying in the sky. The clouds are looking pristine and pretty, all with their silver linings as the sun tries to pierce its way through. But it's not doing so, and it's leaving the South Africans with a little bit of smiles on their faces because it means they can continue with their operation. Tepomoreki, he has a much more solid short ball field though. Backward square, short backward square in Kayazon or mid wicket, deep backward square and deep fine leg. 4 strong leg side positions for the short ball.
That's what you want. That's the one you want. Just don't go too short, maybe a meter shorter from there, just to get it up to the throat area where you can either duck underneath, sway, or maybe feel that he can throw his hands at it. But that is where you want to be. If he's going to drag it, let him drag it from there, brings that deep square into play. And if he then gets a top edge, the long leg is there as well. So I think that is a much better strategy from Tepomoreki. And because he's so skiddy, he does rush you a little bit.
Another big advantage is that neither is Varma and Jurel the tallest of players in the team. So it doesn't take a big effort to get it to where you want it to be.
That's tad full, I feel, towards the plan.
I like how he's trying to just fool everyone. Missed the block hole. Would have looked good if it had come together. But that's why you have the man at deep backward square. It's not just a man to take a catch if it's mistimed. It's also there to protect should Tepomoreki not get it where he wants it to be. Oh man, what a wonderful sport.
No, it's a great sport. And it's a sport of skill, because we mentioned yesterday where you said, oh, that is so slow, I can hit that. But it's the consistency of which you need to hit it. That is the problem. And one day you can be the hero, and for the next couple you can be zero. You can be the TFC. And also, you guys had a discussion yesterday of so many guys not touring and not being able to tour and not being selected because of certain reasons. And there's also an argument to be made that some players just aren't great at touring. They love playing at home. They're not great in different conditions. And if you're at home and you struggle to make runs except in your hometown, then taking you to a different country is not really going to change that, is it?
And you know, you raise a very interesting point, because for a long time the Indians were notorious for that particular thing. You could handpick the amount of players whom you could confidently trust to play away from Indian strips or subcontinental conditions. And the evolution of the game, especially with the Indians allowing more international players to come into their setup, come into their world of cricket with the IPL, is that now you're trying to see more players who have the most. Now you see Indians with the most array of shots. If you think of a Surya Kumar Yadav, who's arguably the most innovative batter of this generation right now, not of this generation, of this year, of last year, of this current period. Need to make sure before people come at us.
Oh, the comment section will blow up, MP.
We don't need that. So having the likes of your Surya Kumar Yadav, having some of the players in the Indians, and we were having a discussion, and there's something happening now. As it seems like the players are being taken off. Our producers didn't like the look of things, and they let off some sighs of disgruntledness. And let's just find out what's going on.
We'll find out what's going on. Let's do a quick recap of what we have seen thus far. It is 185 for loss of 4 wickets. Tilak Varma is on. He's 27 of 108. Jurel is 18 of 73. This is after 54 overs. There is still 84 overs of scheduled play left for today. So there's a lot of time left in this match. There's a lot of time to get a result. Tsepo Moreki busy with his 9th over. He's 1 for 37. And Johannes van Dijk is bowled 12 overs, 1 for 42. And we're going to take a short break and we'll be back as soon as we know exactly what the reasons are.
can't speak much yet, but when I'm good, I'll take.
Welcome back, and problem sorted. It was a bit of a technical difficulty with the wind and everything blowing out there. The cable just moved in front of the side screen, and Varma was just put off by a tad, the wind blowing, and it looks happy now. We got our technicians, our fantastic crew working on the problem, and they somehow had a early drinks break as well. Facing up to Tsepo is Varma. Oh, just straying onto the legs. There's protection for him at deep square, and it's just the one run to the telly. Deficit moves on to all sevens, 77, 186 for the loss of 4. South Africa searching for that first wicket this morning, and got to feel that they will be introducing spin very quickly with the golden arm of Bjorn Fortuin that we have. He might just have a say in this match still. The seamers have bowled well, but has not looked all that threatening this morning. Moreki 1 ball to go in his 9th, and only his 3rd over for this morning. Bowling at the wicket keeper batter Jurel, where there's an obvious plan. Back of a length at him. Oh, there we go, there we go. There's a bit of venom there. And again, a bit of ball watching there from everyone involved, even the fielders. We come to the end of that over, 186 for loss of 4 after 55.
That's what you were talking about with Tsepo, just rushing the batter, especially after the ball pitches, it skids on, so he gets it in the right length. He becomes quite a handful to deal with. And I'm also for the idea of bringing in spin, and it so is the case. Matthew Britska saying, yeah, beyond 14, it's time for you to twiddle with your fingers and to roll that shoulder. It's bowled 10 overs, going for 20 runs. It's a lot of control from him, and also the important thing for Bjorn Fortuin in his work is that he has the wicket that's of Rajat Patida.
Is operating from the same end he did yesterday. I love the fact that he actually bowled a little bit slower through the air, didn't just dart it in. We was calling for that from Washington Sundar as well. Just don't necessarily have to slow down, but just give it a bit of air, give it a bit of reps, let the ball a chance to spin. And Fortuin got 1 or 2 to really kick off the surface yesterday. And as a spinner, that makes you very, very dangerous.
4 maiden overs in his 10, also showing that he has a lot of economic control. 2 runs to the over. Here he comes.
Immediately, there's a bit of a hard punch. You could hear it was also not the middle of the bat. Just looking at the toe, there is Varma. And Fortuin wouldn't mind that. Much more comfortable bowling against the right-handers, with the ball spinning, drifting in and just spinning away from the right-handers. He does have that lovely arm ball where the ball just carries on.
And on top of that, you're speaking about that extra bounce that he has, becomes even more lethal with the ball spinning away.
Here we go, ball just, you can just hear the oohs and the ahs. Maybe that one just on leg stump a little bit too much. Maybe just moving one stump up, getting that slip into play, or maybe just trying to extract 1 or 2 of those foot marks. Maybe getting to grip and turn from wide. And Fortuin has done this for so many times. He's part of the Proteas T20 side as well, the T20 side, going at a decent rate. Great bowling figures, and he does have a great, I think he's number 3 on the wicket list for the domestic 4-day cup. And he rushes you through the overs. He only has a few steps and he's in. If you're not scoring from him, that over is under a minute and a half and you're gone. And the over is up. 11 overs bowled for Bjorn Fortuin, 1 for 38. It's 187 for the loss of 4 wickets, and that is after 56 overs. Partnership 3 away from that 50 mark. They're on 47 with Tilak Varma 29 of 110 and Jurel 18 of 79 deliveries.
Doing a good job, these two. Taking the life out of the South Africans, basically taking the life out of this game, but breathing life into themselves and possibly their international careers. Really playing well. Tilak Varma, yes, occupied 110 deliveries, but surely there will come a time where he'll want to become more expansive. Time is not this one just as yet. Still have another session of cricket to go, and possibly the last one. But right now he's doing a decent job in just taming the South African attack.
And that is what you want, is just spending time in the middle, because it's an old cliche, but you can't score runs from the sidelines. You need to be on the pitch. And bowlers can have a horrible over, can go for a couple of maximums, can go for a couple of fours and then bowl a brilliant Yorker and he's back in the game. Where batters only have that Yorker that could send you back into the hut. So you need time in the middle. You must face as many balls you possibly can, especially in this format of the game. That's why I've been a big advocate for time cricket in our cricketing setup. When you look at the domestic setup we got the domestic 4 days, then you have got your amateur league as well, then you've got your premier leagues running across the country, and I'm so glad that time cricket has come back into the fold. It just gives you a different dimension, different feel to it. It's not rushed. There's a lot of game plan that's got to be implemented with it, and you just learn so much about the game and yourself from playing time cricket. Oh, Tsepo Mareki hitting the batter. That was a little bit of misjudgment on the batter's part. When he hit the grunt, he thought that was a lot shorter. And then boom, that looked like it just hit him. Maybe on the shoulder, just a glancing blow. Just waiting for the replay. Oh, Tsepo Mareki rushing in. Oh, just on the back of the shoulder. He's going to feel that in the morning.
If it's anyone else, if it's a Dwan Olivier, if it's a Van Dijk, that ball goes over. If it's Tsepo Mareki, it's a hard one to judge, because some split over and some just carry on with the length.
That was not that short. Similar to that. Oh, that one just died on Rickleton. Byes given 4 runs. Tsepo Mareki just having a look at Rickleton, saying, listen, am I too quick for you? Well, what happened there? And that ball just died on everyone.
Welcome to variable bounds. Now it's really starting to show its nasty tone and its nasty tune. Tsepo Mareki, he's been bowling that short delivery. That one was actually a short pitch delivery. Really didn't climb up for anything. But that also brings up the 50-run partnership for this 5th wicket between Tilak Varma and Jurel.
This will be interesting to see how the Indian batters now play this next couple of short ones. Oh, there's much better. That one came up and he very well fended off and nearly into the hands of that short mid wicket. And that is what I'm saying, it'll be interesting to see how they're going to play it now, because there is variable bounce. Are they more going to be inclined to play at the ball instead of ducking underneath it, or maybe swaying away? Because all those variables now come in with the variable bounce.
so much into it, and the more the day continues, the more those variations of the pitch's bounce will start showing off. Luckily enough, with the lack of sun and a cool breeze, just cools the pitch, and so there's no need for it to break away, dry up a little bit further. So basically it feels as if what we have here is what we're going to be getting for the rest of the day.
And it will only get a little bit worse.
Just a little.
Just a tad. I think if we had an extra day on this deck, it would have been one of those you do not want to bat on last, which the Indians would have had to do after. Indians would have had to do after winning the toss and electing to field. But on losing the first day and on the second day, the cloud cover, can't really blame them. It is 57 overs gone, 193 for the loss of 4 wickets, and this partnership is 53 of 166. The deficit is now on 70.
Mm-hmm. And you know, you're speaking about the toss. Normally, the rule is you don't want to bat last in a first-class game, so normally just bat first. Always going to get yourself in an advantage. However, if the conditions are such as what it was in day 1 and day 2 of this game, you do have the possibility of rolling out a team within 2 sessions. And that completely warps the dynamic of the game now and swings it to your favor.
Fortuin just pulling out on that one. We saw one yesterday as well. Might just have landed a bit skew. Something just felt off with the action.
It's beyond Fortuin. It's going to get it right.
There we go. He just wants to make sure everything flows. Everything is back to normal. I'm just going to hit the areas. Play with the speed of the ball a little bit. Give it 1 or 2 more flights. See if you want to go at me. He's bowling at Jurel, who, as we mentioned earlier, has got a T20 strike rate and an IPL strike rate of 172. So he might just be enticed to that straight one over the bowler's head if he keeps tossing it up. Oh, there we go. That's the one you want. Get him driving. Get him lunging forward. Just hear all the encouragement there from the SA players. Still a bit of life in this game.
People forget that also there's, when people are watching what you're doing as a fielder, as a player in total, your attitude in the field also counts. Watching your actions when the game feels dead. And getting a nice edge there is beyond 14. That flight and that lack of pace, just doing a number on Jurel on that particular delivery, it's what you've been calling about. Just toy with it and put it out there and see what the batter has to do with it.
Coming over the wicket to the left-hander, and again, we spoke about it yesterday, not a lot of sweeps coming out. We know that it's difficult to sweep if there's a bit of an extra bounce, because it makes it very hard. The length becomes very important on where you sweep. You want to make sure that you go from a nice high bat downwards to the ball and not the other way around, because that top edge might just come into play.
It doesn't help when you have Kaya Zondo reading the labels of your underwear behind you. Can't just go for a sweep knowing that you might get extra bounce in the top edge. The gloves of Ryan Rickleton are secure. Kaya Zondo, with all of his 151 first-class matches experience, also quite secure. So it's a hard shot to execute when you can't trust to the bounce of the delivery.
As we see the end of another over, it is 194 for the loss of 4 wickets, only the solitary run in that over. And Jurel facing up to Tsepo Moreki, where there's a different plan to him, going back of a length, trying to get it right up to his chest. They've got a deep square out, they've got a silly square in, got a mid-wicket in. The mid-on is also very wide, so they do have a definite plan. Also, not to forget to mention this Johan van Dijk, who's standing at fine leg as well.
exactly where Tsepo was looking, actually, that there's no protection in that mid-off area. They want him to drive, and drive he did. And runs he scored.
Yeah, all of a sudden changing the complete plan of the game, going over the wicket to the right-hander and pitching it up to him where the plan is clear. You can just see Ryan Rickleton just marking out his spot there. The plan was clear of where they wanted him to bowl, and this time the execution just not there.
I found it interesting that they just left that wide space open. Much more easier to score straighter if the ball is going to be that straight. So, like it, giving it a bit more width. Zubair Hamza standing wide at almost second slip.
That's much better. Much better angle. Johan van Dijk finally coming into play now. That's kind of the plan. I know you have that short catching there in the covers, but that's more for the one that he wants to play on the rise. Just trying to play it on the up in that area. That's where he's going to come in. If you're going to bowl him juicy half volleys, he's going to drive the whole day.
And I found it interesting because on that first delivery, Tsepo Moreki took a look at that vacant mid-on area, mid-off area, looked at it again, and then he came on running. Maybe if the length was a little bit shorter, it might have worked on his favor. You know, that back of a length, the fullest you can be at that back of a length is where you ideally want to be. Where do I drive, do I not, as a batter?
Oh, this time Varma again ducking underneath it, and it wasn't too far away from hitting him on the shoulder again. He's this time still trusting the bounce. He's happy ducking underneath the ball. He's not a big swayer. Dropping the hands and just getting the head out of the way. And he did go for one or two from Willifie's deliveries where he went for the pull. And this time round with Tsepo Moreki, they might just feel that he's just rushing them a tad. That's much better, Tsepo Moreki. Only that one ball that was not quite according to the plan. Went for the 4, taking nothing away from Jurel. They've been peppering him with the back of a length deliveries. As soon as one was up there, he was up for the challenge, and he drove it straight past the bowler.
It's an amazing innings when you really look at it from just a pure cricketing perspective. It's a very good innings because South Africans have been on the money. Yesterday, Bear Swanepoel was a little bit off. Those first 4 overs from Van Dijk were a bit off, but everyone else, apart from that, has been just looking to attack and attack and attack. So the defensive mindset is important. Look at just riding that bounce because that ball is asking Varma to hit it to Kaya Zondo under the helmet. And for him to adjust his body, adjust the angle of his blade to keep it straight, and not even call Kaya Zondo into action at short leg is a big skill. And for Tsepo Moreki to consistently hit that area in himself is a big skill. So what we're watching here is very high quality cricket.
It is very high quality cricket. It is fantastic stuff. One away from that magical 200 is India. And there they get it, bringing up the 200 with that single. And here Tsepo Moreki not happy to give away that single even. It is 200 on the board. It took them 369 balls and included 26 fours and 276 minutes that it took India to get that 200. With the strike rate they had in the beginning, we thought that would come up yesterday already. But South African bowlers have pulled it back nicely. And now we see a bit of a fight back from the Indian batters as well, which have done a great job. This partnership is worth 60 at the moment. So that means they got together when the score was 140. And they're fighting back. That deficit still 63. And we got to mention again, thanks to Johan van Dijk and also Tsepo Moreki, who put up a 70-odd partnership for the last wicket yesterday.
To make this game any sort of competition. You know, the runs that they are trailing now are because of that final partnership, quite literally. So it is phenomenal work from both Moretti and Van Dijk. Here, the pressure being told by Bjorn Fortuin.
Oh, this one just playing uppish into a vacant fine leg. He tried to ram it around the corner and just got a top edge to it. It just speaks about that extra bounce that Fortuin does get. And it's difficult to see on the screen, but it's slight. You're talking about a centimeter or two. But in the context of a bat, that's the difference between the middle and the top edge.
Even on top of that, you know, getting that extra bounce, what impresses me is the placement from Varma from that particular delivery. It's a risky shot, we've been saying it, but there's no risk if there's no fielder in the area you're playing at. It's a good one, that's to follow up. Just saw a little bit of, I don't know, some jerkiness from how Tilak Varma played that particular delivery. Speaking of that extra bounce, possibly.
It could also be that he just wanted to make sure that that one, he just jams into the deck. Make sure that he gets the middle of the bat there. We've seen this tendency from a couple of bats, almost using the wrist just to jam it into the deck. Make sure that the ball goes absolutely nowhere. Saw a bit of rugby there as well. Great tackle by Willowmoore on Fortuin.
That's some scruffy cricket.
That's a bit of village there.
Sometimes you just sit and you laugh and remember that these players are human after all. Going for the ball, Van Dijk.
Yeah, good clean out. Good clean out. Nothing wrong with that. Get off my ball.
Fun times. It's all love and games. It's all hunger. Both players wanting to make sure that we are stopping those runs. It's funny how you should even call the ones rolling on the floor.
Yeah, we didn't see we're gonna have a bit of a scuff between teammates either. That will come up during fines, I can promise you that.
Just remembered the one sequence. The one sequence of Shahid Afridi and Umar Gul running towards the boundary to go collect the ball. They both slid at the same time as they retrieved it. It's one of the coolest videos you'll see. I think just need to search it up and take a look at it. Umar Gul and Shahid Afridi's fielding sequence in synchronization. That was nothing but that one.
Oh, run out chance here. That cover is just very deep. He's just outside the proverbial circle as the inner ring, as we'll have it. And there was an easy single there to him. 204 for the loss of 4. And the deficit is now under 60. It's 59. And just talking about those sequences, there's actually a couple of things you're going to go search of guys' funny moments in cricket. It's a lacquer watch, and lovely to hear what the commentators have to say sometimes about those things as well.
Don't forget, now we are the commentators. We're creating those memories for all those watching on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. If you don't want to listen to the commentary, you can watch the highlights at pitchvision.com as well, where you can get snip by snip, clip by clip of every single delivery that has been bowled in the match. You can follow it up for yourself, create your own data analytics, and let us know what you think about the match that we are watching. Alas, it is the final day. It's the first session of the final day. Tsepo Moreki has the ball. 20 overs until we see that new nut, which will probably come through right in the first stages of the second session.
Oh, another lovely straight drive. Chance of a run out, directed. Oh! Just over the stumps. And we can just see the intent now from the batters. Trying to get that rotation going. They've picked up that the right-left combination is making it tad hard for the bowlers.
risky single. Jurel knew the moment he played the ball that he was going to make it home. He was running to the danger end. You did speak about it a couple of overs earlier, that the mid-on and mid-off are slightly squarer than what you'd normally find. So the ball was placed straight and was able to steal that single.
And it was on the right hand of the fielder there. So just throwing it off balance might have been the issue there. Trying to get the quick release. And just dropping the hands on that one.
Good areas from Tsepo Moreki also. It's just been so consistent through the day. But it's a difficult job when the batters are not looking to score. They just are okay with your good deliveries. They don't mind facing your good deliveries. It would be a problem if they had to score and you're bowling those good deliveries. Then we have a different story. But right now, those are the deliveries they face in net sessions all the time.
Oh, this time going for the pull. Did he pick the gap? A lovely shot. Tired of swaying, tired of ducking. And this one just behind square, beating the man at fine leg. Lovely shot.
Great shot. Going against the bowling, against the fielding. Moreki bowling the ball he wanted to bowl. He did everything that he wanted to be done, but the batting was just exquisite from Varma, piercing the gap right in between the backward square and the man who's standing at fine leg. Props to the batter, but that's exactly what Tsepo Moreki wants. He wants Varma to start attacking.
Ducking under that one. They're very happy to see him pull. A boundary here, boundary there. You can see Moreki maybe just asking him, why didn't you hit that? What was wrong with that ball? Where do you want me to put it? We know that cricketers, especially fast bowlers, are not shy about a word or two. Talking about those clips. And South Africa, India. Maybe just go see the words that Andre Nel also spoke.
Fast bowlers remind me of football number 9, pure striker. You need to have an aura about you. You have to have an energy of some intimidation factor about you. And sometimes, like Tsepo Moreki, it's his hustle and his bustle and his energy towards you.
Much better ball.
Such a competitor as well. Look at him just talking up the batter. Tilak Varma is unfazed, just walking out, coming back home to his crease to control it. But Tsepo Moreki has a feisty attitude. And sometimes as a batter, you might have that one ball where you're like, let me show you. And that might be that ball that the bowler wants you to attack. It's such a tricky balance to maintain.
Yeah, often been asked why do we chirp, but as I said, go have a look at the Andre Nel versus the Indian quick Srisanth, where he kept showing him he should have heart, and then all of a sudden went for a couple of sixes. And it's all about getting into the batter's head, breaking his concentration. That's what the chirping is about. That's what the talking is about. It's a very fine line between talking him out of the game and getting personal. We know that. There has been some cases in cricketing history where it got too personal. And those are the things where the umpire will stand in and say, okay, hold on, this is not in the spirit of the game. But commenting on the shots, and throughout the years in cricket, we've heard a couple of fantastic chirps, which is not always conducive to this channel. There is some, every now and again, some extra words that gets added into a sentence to describe the shot or the person. As we see the end of that over, it's 209 for the loss of 4 wickets. Bjorn Fortuin continuing, and Jurel just starting to find his feet this morning.
The players will call it passion. They will call it fire. That there's no way I can express my emotion without those certain words. But it's a gentleman's game after all, so civility within the competition.
Yeah, often described as a gentleman's game, but it's played by hooligans. Don't know if I agree with that.
Neither do I.
Always been a gentle soul myself.
That don't mean that even us as commentators are hooligans, because, well, you have to be one with the game in order to speak the game. So.
Well, speak for yourself, Pendulo. Bjorn Fortuin into the wicketkeeper Jurel. He's really looked the part, and the game not really going anywhere at the moment. It's about an hour, or shall I say 50 minutes away from lunch.
Well, the players now, South Africans, will be looking to what's under. Like, they'll be looking to see what's under all of the trays of food. Of course, it's going to be so much nicer when they do get that wicket, but it's unbelievable that the session has gone without a single wicket, considering the fact that the conditions have looked a little bit gloomy. But Bjorn Fortuin now just has one more delivery. And he's doing a decent job. Varma being still selective in his shots. 128 balls for his 37. Jurel nearing a century of deliveries faced as well on 28. The deficit is 53 as the game is going on first gear.
Yeah, it's almost in reverse in the uphill at the moment. We do have a couple of people in to the stadium. Thank you very much. For those of you who cannot be with us, follow the action all the way on pitchvision.com and also the YouTube channel. And just talking about a cricket also happening in and around Gauteng. We also got the Tri-Nations going on. It is the game between India and Afghanistan, and it's 95 for the loss of 6.
Afghanistan not having a good time at Old Eds. That's where the game is being played. You can stream it live on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. Every game, the games will be played every 2 days. So 31st, we'll also see a game being played. So you can follow that. Right now, if you're following us here, India A versus South Africa A, the strike bowler being released from his shackles. Ronald Afia comes in with a short one and is being pulled away from Dhruv Jurel. No stopping that in the deep. And what a welcome boundary, as maybe the gears are starting to change.
Well, maybe just trying to get into that second gear. This one not getting up and playing it round about hip height. And a free flow off the bat from Jurel in this very vast outfield. And that ball just spat across the outfield. No chance for the fielder in the deep to get to that one. It's deep square.
Much better delivery. No mid-wickets for the South Africans. Just going under the ball, but he was able to stick his head up for some fresh air and able to smash it into that open space where the ball can also breathe.
Yeah, a lot of vacant land for sale there. A very predominantly offside field. They've got the slip, they've got the gully, they've got the backward point, they've got a cover slash extra cover standing in the middle of the two. They do have a wide-ish mid-off as well. And then they've got a leg gully, almost one would say. It's just off a 45 degrees. They do have the fine leg on his right shoulder and then the deep square out on the boundary as well. So Willie Fair will definitely try and target that extra bounce that we've seen throughout the course of this match that is coming from that end.
It's an unbelievably balanced field set up by both Olafia and Matthew Britzker, giving enough for Olafia to be interested on the full delivery. Just that one gorgeous ball but well left from Jurel. So the pitch, or rather the field, allows him to have the option of bowling it full, like we've seen. Zubair Hamza is there at first slip, Joshua Richards is awaiting at gully. You spoke about the slip coverage, or rather the covers being covered very well throughout. And then you have the fielders at leg gully for that shot, which might pop up in the air should he go for the short ball again. There's that short ball coming, but rolling the wrist beautifully is Jurel.
Oh, lovely pick up there on the fence and a quick release, making sure that it's only 2.
Good work. Being covered up in the deep. South Africa just clapping off their hands. You're expecting that when you have a Tsapomoreki, also Koshile is also in the covers. He's a wicket keeper, Koshile, so speaking and riding his team up is nothing that is foreign to him. An interesting field change. Deep or backward squares there. Kaya Zondo has been moved from the leg gully position. He now goes to deep backward square. He's really deep. He's on that 30-yard circle. So he's just waiting for the ball where the wrists from Jurel won't be in effect.
Yeah, and he's keeping the pads on, so you got to feel that this will be an in-out situation for him, coming in, going out.
Tidy wrists from Jurel, but it's good bowling from Don Olifia, getting the ball outside the off stump. It's the end of that. It's 100, or rather, it's 44, which is the deficit now. 219 is the score. 37 for Varma, 36 for Jurel.
And it's all 4s at the moment. It's 44 the deficit.
Forte back into his operation. He's bowled 4 overs for the day, just given away 7 runs. The thing is, he's looking and searching and hunting that wicket. Just keeping a little bit low, keeping all the South Africans interested. Hands on heads, very close with the ball spinning towards the left-hander. Targeting the wickets. Really targeting the wickets in different ways.
Yes, you can just hear the excitement from the fielders there. Everyone getting involved a bit because I think they want to create something.
Ooh, there's really something coming on here. That ball skidding, and those foot marks have extended quite extensively now. They are much more shorter than what they were yesterday, and Bjorn Fortuin is really milking them as much as he can.
Trying to extract as much as we possibly can from there, and it will just create that uneven bounce. It will just create that bit of extra turn.
And the thing is now, because the area where those foot marks are is so mind-boggling, because just a touch shorter from those foot marks is still a good area of operation for Bjorn Fortuin. So now as the ball comes towards you as the batter, you'll find a way to counter it and not allow Bjorn Fortuin to bowl at you, Bear Swanepoel collecting it at long on. So the thing is, when that ball is coming, you see the trajectory, you judge the speed, and you judge the length of the ball. As you judge the length, now you have to keep in mind where the footmarks are in conjunction with the length, because normally you don't watch where the ball pitches right up until your hand, you judge it. It pitches, then you're like, okay, it's gonna be here, and around here, and around here, and then you play the ball. All of a sudden, you are judging where the ball is going to pitch, and well, that whole area where the ball is pitching is just disrupted land. And the ball is no longer doing what you're thinking it's going to do, and your judgment is now put into question. And you're just happy that the bat is wide enough, or you're happy that the ball didn't spin enough, or it kicked up. Oh, it's just finest of margins. And it's wonderful bowling from Bjorn Fortuin to extract and create that doubt.
And it does become a bit of a science as well, because believe it or not, the bowler doesn't know what those footmarks are going to do either. So you just want to hit it. You want to hit those footmarks, and if it turns, it's going to be sharp, quick turn. If it bounces, it's going to be a lot of bounce. And then, as we saw there, if it dies out, you just got a chance to sneak under the bat as well. It does give that element of doubt for both parties.
There's no doubt in the short ball, though. It's been a good operation for both Moregi and for Dwan Olivia. Johannes van Dijk hasn't gotten his short ball working just as effectively as the other two. But Bjorn Fortuin is looking to get those footmarks working, and like we're explaining to you, it does become a science. And it just speaks testament to the skill of the bowler to land it there consistently and to trick the batter into not thinking that it's going to be landing there.
Oh, this time round, much better slower ball, and was in two minds there. I think he wanted to go for it, then decided he's just going to get his hands out of the way, and then just swayed with the trajectory of the ball just to get himself out of the way as well. So great technique there by Tilak Varma.
Can even say he got helped by the fact that the ball did move towards him. Because if it didn't and it just straightened, his ribs were saying, hello, ball, how you doing? Luckily enough, being able to sway away. The South Africans are now in spirits, loving what their big fast bowler's doing. Even Tsepo Moreki's throw is sharp. Everyone is coming more alive. There's laughter, now there's energy. It's the smallest things.
Now they know they're approaching lunch. It is another 40 minutes away. So they might just want to burn that extra energy off so they can refuel. And also the new ball is still 16 overs away. So you've got to create something for yourself. You've got to make it entertaining for yourself out there as well. This one just worked around the corner. Oh, just hear that energy. Just hear the energy that is in that field where they felt, oh, clean pickup. Who knows?
And you know, the funny thing is that there's been other close singles which were closer than that particular one, where the energy wasn't as high. And all of a sudden, when you are running between the wicket as a batter and you're hearing these calls, all of a sudden you want to get there much more quicker. You're no longer thinking about the two. You're no longer thinking, even if it's a fumble, you don't care anymore, because the fielding team has just tricked you with their energy.
And as a fielder, you almost feel like T-Rex arms. The ball not long enough to get to the ball.
Nice, shortly delivered. Square leg has become more in front because Jurel does have good control of his pull shot. He knows where he wants it to go, especially in front of square. So it's good protection and good understanding of the game dynamics here for the South Africans. Has one more delivery remaining now, Dwan Olivia. Neither of the batters still in their 40s. And the score is on 2-2-2.
Lovely ball, just getting up there, just finishing off the over strong. And everyone just getting into their work, into the game. Partnership is 82.
215 deliveries. That is how long it has taken them to construct this mammoth partnership. It's big in terms of its endurance, and the mindset that both Varma and Jurel are using here is identical. Their game plan is identical. The execution of their game is identical. And they're doing it as a left-right combination. Just every ball where they get a run, you as the fielding side are like, again I must cross the field. Again I must cross the field. And you're just not getting a whiff of a wicket. No, there's nothing that shows that a wicket may be coming here, except for that variable bounce from Bjorn Forte.
Yeah, just this Ekurhuleni end has been more conducive to the ball keeping low. We saw one from the chalet end that's also been kept low from Tsepo Mareki. And as you mentioned, nothing's happening. Not even a drop catch yet this morning. Not something they can feel bad about, but I love the fact that that morning the energy was there, faded away. Now it's picking up. Now we're getting into it. Might just create something.
The truth of the situation is that if the game is just on this procession or in a plateau, just running straight, the plateau also has divots. It's also slightly up and down, slightly up and down. There are periods of 2 to 3 overs where the Indians can score through two to three boundaries, where the lapse of concentration from the bowlers comes. And then all of a sudden there's a time where the game literally gives nothing and the fielding team must now create their own energy. See, nothing is happening. The ball is spinning, it's being played well. Touch of extra bounce from Bjorn Forte, which is exciting them, but it's been nullified properly from Jurel. And I like this move because of how big his stride is. Kaya Zondo trying to pick his nose.
Oh, and immediately something nearly happened there. They just needed the ball to pop up. Maybe get another one under the helmet there.
Beautiful creation that from Bjorn Forte. Wonderful bowling, removing that short leg, opening up that space for Dhruv Jurel to actually get a single, because he too is irritated by not scoring runs. And then that's that leading edge with the ball spinning away, giving it more flight, and all of a sudden your silly point comes to life. But wonderful exhibition of left arm spin bowling towards a right-hander from Bjorn Forte. A maiden over, another one. It's 2-2-2 for 4.
And Fortuyn's returns is 1 for 28 after 16 overs, going at less than 2 to the over. That is fantastic bowling.
Fear has also been good. Might not be the worst idea to have an actual leg gully then for Ntwana Fear. He seems like a marriage of both Tsepo Moreki and Johannes van Dijk's skill. He hits the deck hard, gets the zippiness coming through as well. So maybe it might be a good idea, but for now, let's see how this turns out. Gali is not standing too far in Kaya Zondo.
They got that cordon behind the wicket, very spread out. They do have a backward point. Gali moved up a couple of paces as well, maybe just with the ball dying out a bit, getting a lot softer, a lot older. It is almost 67 overs old. And we can even see the first slip. Not standing at a regulation first slip, it's almost on a 1.5, maybe a second.
It's those times as well where, because of the ball becoming softer, the batters want to attack, they'll have to go a little bit harder at the ball.
Yeah. And also because of Duan Willowmoore hitting the deck as hard and bowling a heavy ball, it does make playing with soft hands difficult, because you got to hold the bat, otherwise the ball just hits the bat and it vibrates, and it does get difficult. So playing with soft hands with a man that bowls, as the proverbial word says, a heavy ball, it's just the ball that hits the deck harder, hits the bat a lot harder. A guy like Jacques Cullis was known for bowling a heavy ball.
doesn't help either when it's at the back of a length, where you are shifting your momentum backwards, literally not giving anything towards back to the ball.
Ooh, nearly misjudging the bounce there again. And he's not scared of the ball, that we can say. He's been hit on the shoulder, didn't even ask for any attention, so it might have just been a glancing blow when Tsepo Moreki hit him and he misjudged the bounce of the ball completely. This one, not too far away from him either. You could hear the oohs and the ahs from the camp. They'll be letting him know that, whoa, if that number print was a bit thicker on your back, it would have hit it.
And they are definitely on that from slip, gully, backward point, even covers talking, everyone is talking. Don Olivia runs in, gets the length working very well. Even as a bowler, you trust your work when your team is backing you up like this. And especially if the batters are unable to score against you. It still remains 2-2-2.
You can just see Don Olivia just asking the batter, why? What are you doing? Play a couple of shots.
I mean, we are here the whole day, but also we're not here the whole day.
Yeah. Till 6. Till 6, Pendulo. Yeah, but the game is kind of going nowhere. No one can see a result in this one.
It's hard to foresee a result in this one. The first session would have set up exactly what the game was going to give us. If we had a couple of wickets the first session, you can say that, you know, South Africa are coming into the next session looking to close off the rest of the tail. But then where is the tail when you look at the fact that there's still a Washington Sundar who has to bat, there's still an Akshay Patel who has to bat, there's still an Akash Deep who has to bat. Where are you going to get the rest of the 6 wickets?
Yeah, getting the 6 wickets is going to be the hard part. And then also for the Indian bowlers then, even though Avesh Khan has been bowling brilliantly, picking up 10 wickets in the South African lineup, they've seen that it's not that easy. As for Tain, he's just going to continue his work. Would love to see another man there under the helmet. Maybe they're on a silly backward point for that one that squirts off the outside edge.
I would personally just love to have someone at square leg who will prevent the single and keep the left armour bowling to the right-hander. This means that Bjorn Fortuin might need to keep it a little bit wider than he normally does. Man, it would have been beautiful if he was a right-handed off-spinner. See that little patch outside on that 5th stump line, but not the case here.
I think they left that gap open next to the umpire exactly for that, to try and hit him against the spin and try and extract him and maybe get a leading edge there. Well, let's leave gaps as much as we possibly can. Shrink the field for them that they feel they gotta go over the top. On the one man on the fence. And that might be just for that aggressive sweep shot as they take a single there. Varma just had to put a bit of jet shoes on those last couple of steps, as it was great movement towards the ball.
It's Joshua Richards with the fielding, one of the very best. You don't want to take him on. You saw with that arm straight over the bails. Easy work for Ryan Rickleton. That's good cricket. Even good running as well. Bjorn Fortuin, you saw, trying to keep it outside of that off stump. Somehow, Jurel found a gap in that very congested offside field.
Somehow they found a run against Bjorn Fortuin.
And the Tsepo Moreki was just popped into your screen running 2 strips away from the strip. See teammates just having a joke between him and Bjorn Fortuin. But he's there for that ball that might just pop into the air. 2 strips away from that. Leg slip is also in. Ball is coming in. But in the zone is the man called Tilak Varma.
I wouldn't mind seeing Fortuin just really slowing one down, tossing it up into that foot mark. See if he just a bit of what we call in cricket a pie, a little bit of gravy on it. Just see if he wants to try something, see if he wants to go. And with that foot marks, if you can then get the length right, just to get it dipping in front of that batter, hitting that foot marks, then if he wants to have a go, we can see one squirting from the inside or outside of the bat, maybe even going through bat and pad.
It's a hard task, but it's an interesting call. That's just to see the very, what you call it. He is an attack-minded player. Is Varma, also is Jurel. You want to see if they still have that in the bag. But rest assured, they'll too know what the plans are with each delivery that's being played. Oh, you want me to do this? Nah. Oh, you want me to do that? No. That's what the game is about. And at the end of that over, 68 have been completed, 223 for 4.
Yeah, we're speaking about touring size and coming here. We saw the West Indies that was here. You had the privilege of covering those 4-day games. We saw the first game in Poch, where I had the privilege to be with you for that 4-day games. It has been exciting cricket the last bit. We've got the Tri-Nations coming in with Afghanistan, India and South Africa under 19s playing at Old Watonians in Johannesburg. So there's a lot of cricket coming. We've got the under 19 World Cup coming up. It is going to be exciting times and busy times for cricket lovers. I think maybe go down to where the sales are, get an extra TV for dad and the kids and have them watch something so you don't miss any of the cricket. Maybe get a smart TV as well so you can follow us on YouTube. All the games that are not televised, we'll bring you live here on Pitch Vision.
If you're not the people who are into watching the game via the screen, you want to see this action where we almost saw an overthrow. If you want to see that action happen live, I mean, you can also get the tickets at ticketpros.co.za. That is for the New Year's Test match, will be happening on the 3rd of January down in Newlands for the 4-day series. Currently ongoing, there's 2 games going on from the 27th right up until the 30th. Entries free for this game, entries free. Unfortunately, Centurion, there's no entry anymore because South Africa decided to finish the job early against India.
They can still go, maybe see a couple of tips on pitch preparation and cool downs.
Well then, that would be an interesting time to spend your day. When there's live cricket happening across the street.
It's going to be exciting times going into the new year. We all wish for rain. We are thankful for the rain. We pray for rain. Maybe in between there can be a bit of sunshine for cricket.
Well, after all, we are deep into summer now. We just experienced the longest day of the year, called the summer solstice on the 23rd of December. It was extremely hot on Saturday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a lovely day on Saturday.
Wonderfully. Experienced the hottest day of the year. Everything is green, everything is nourished. The rain comes, been coming. It's decided to stay away for the past couple of days, meaning that we'll be walking into a beautiful January where everything will be ready for us to express what we love, which is the cricket, and talking about hot deliveries like that from Dwan Olifia once everything is bright and green and nourished, ready for the new year.
Talking about nice and green, we got the window open here by us. You can actually hear that ball thudding into the deck. That was a bit of an effort ball by Olifia, so that was nice to see. And yes, everything is lush and green, and we don't have a white Christmas, but we normally have wet Christmases. Talking about the rain.
One of the wettest ones we had this Monday. It was raining throughout the entire day.
And all of you sharing my sentiment. We've got kids. That makes Christmas very hard. Keeping them indoors. Love to see them running outside and playing and just giving the outside a bit of grey hair. Well, if you're changing action to around the wicket.
And you know, on Christmas, normally national broadcasters show the beautiful 4 through 8 game. I think for the past couple of years during Christmas, we've had the pleasure of just watching it on our screens, the 438 game. So even the day before the Boxing Day test match, there's still cricket. There's cricket in perpetuity.
There's so much cricket going on around the world. There's the BBL still going on. There's so much cricket.
And there's still cricket left here today. 70 overs to be exact. 23 minutes until, from the 13 minutes until we go out for lunch. Good delivery, that getting some zip from Duan Olivia's bowling, but it's well guided from Jurel. He's faced 20 overs worth of deliveries now. It ends the over. 223 for the loss of 4.
Partnership on 83, and it's come in no double quick time. It's 239 balls that it took. Just showing the patience needed in a game like this, the fortitude, the fight that you need.
It's so important. At the end of the day, you don't want to lose your wicket. Your first class average counts on it. 39, 38, both of their players still below their career first class averages. Batting way below their career strike rates. Bjorn Fortuin continues his job.
Oh, there we can hear everyone just getting involved. Didn't look like there was much there. I think it's just everyone trying to get excited. Maybe trying to get into the batter's head, saying, oh, did you see what that ball did? And the batter's thinking, no, just standard ball.
And the thing is, Bjorn Fortuin actually, Bjorn Fortuin is the only bowler who looks like something might happen with him in action. He does have that golden arm. In his last match against the AET Tuskers, he came in the morning, got 2 wickets and 2 balls out of nowhere. And spin just has that X factor, differentiator in the lineup, especially if you have a spinner with the quality of Bjorn Fortuin. But these two face Washington Sundar, Jadeja, Ashwin, Akshar Patel. Big test for Bjorn Fortuin as they switch full deliveries into short-looking deliveries. Despite having the leg gully, they still find a way to send the ball to the fine leg. It's 2 runs.
With that shot, I don't think the leg gully will be impressed. That one could always fire back into you. And but work there for the deep square. That one a little bit misdirected by Fortuin, and just helping it on its way down the leg side.
Still though, doesn't seem... That variable bounce is really starting to be something from Bjorn Fortuin, and that is where the money could be for him, because we saw that previous delivery which was pulled away. It wasn't necessarily short, but you saw that it got a higher part of the bat as that extra bounce just let it be in the air for a while before it was collected. That previous one, keeping a bit lower and having to just push it away. And this is very good bowling from Bjorn Fortuin, keeping Tilak Varma honest. 70 overs gone as we just 10 away from the new ball. That's where we might see some spiciness come back into this match. 225 for 4 as they trail by 38 runs.
Varma 9 away from that first last 50 that is acquiring. He does have an average of 54, so he definitely, maybe after that he'll start having a go. And Jurel has an average of just over 40, about 43 that he's averaging. So, but he does have the ability to go at knots. As we mentioned, his T20 strike rate is 172. As we see a change in bowling, I've been waiting to see if we can have a tandem spinning pair as Captain Matthew Breedska is coming to the attack.
Sometimes you need something different just to change things up. Normally, bowler, normally a wicket keeper if he's not just a standard fielder. Here he is now. He's bowled only 240 deliveries in his career, so he's bowled 40 overs worth of cricket. I mean, he's bowled less overs than matches he's played. But sometimes it is that man who just comes in out of the blue, who springs up a wicket out of the blue.
Yeah, maybe just has that one ball, and it only takes the one ball. And because he's such a part-timer, they might just, the pressure might, batters feel the pressure is relieved, so we can maybe go a little bit harder. The concentration just drops a little. And then he might not even pick up the wicket. Bjorn Fortuin might pick up the wicket just because of that concentration level just dropping down.
You can see the feet are starting to move a little bit differently from Tilak Varma. Can't let the part-timer settle. That's exactly what Breedska wants. Cheeky. Strange call, but very good awareness from Jurel to send Varma back.
I've always wondered if a part-timer can settle in to a line. They're not used to bowling, so I think as a captain, you're just hoping for that excellent ball that just picks up a wicket. Misfield there. See a bit of collision there, almost the second clean out we've had for today between Jurel and Rickleton.
Yes, Swanepoel is the man stationed there at now deep cover. Slid to his right, looking to make sure that the ball doesn't go through, found its way in. Breedska now bowling to Jurel. It's just easy work, but at least the South Africans still have life. Like we said, sometimes they go quiet and sometimes they come back up, just like the sun returning. It's a good stop from Beshile. Very awkward bounce at the cover. It ends the over. 71 have been completed. It's 2-2-7 for the loss of 4.
Yes, and scheduled play, we're looking at about 10 minutes to 15 minutes to lunch, and will give us another 4 or 5 overs if the spinners stay in conjunction with one another. I think they might want to get, there's 9 overs left before we get to that new ball. Maybe just rush through these couple of overs, give Fortuin another couple just to see if they can maybe get something before lunch.
Like we saw yesterday, the rotation of the overs can also put on its own pressure. In the first day, it took 4 minutes to complete 6 overs between Sundar and Akshay Patel. So it's going to be nicer if you go into lunch without having taken the wicket, but knowing that right after you come back, that new ball might be in hand. But of course, South Africa will be wanting to go home into the food, having gotten the wicket, because now it feels like once they get into lunch and they start eating their food, it's just them to nourish themselves to go through another procession of a session until the captains eventually shake hands.
Just makes it hard to go for that second if the food is good, because you know you got to get the new ball in the hand.
You got to leave room for the wickets to fill you up as well.
Only one bite of that malva.
Good shot, good intensity.
Great hang time by Zondo getting out of the way of that one. That would have hurt.
I love though that they're just having fun out there now, the South Africans, you know, there's not much pressure. But Bjorn Fortin is still taking his work very seriously. One bounce out doesn't work in professional cricket though, Kaya Zondo.
One up, one hand. Come on, Mr. Ampi. Clean take.
2 more balls remain in this 14 over. Kaya Zondo so close to the pitch, he's counting the amount of eyelashes in Jurel's.
And there's a bit of turn for Fortin. He's definitely getting a little bit more than Washington Sundar did from this end.
Also just looking to rotate the strike, playing it against the spin. Nothing there for them. The end of the over though arrives. 228 for the loss of 4. That deficit is 35 runs. And remember, we're still in the second innings of the match. This is India A's first innings, and they are replying to South Africa's 263. The unfortunate part is that we did lose day 1, just like in the first match. And here we are on the final day with 66 overs to go, and still 26 wickets to be taken in the game.
Yeah, we might not have enough time to get that 26 wickets, Pendulo. There's one dancing down the track, and there's a bit of intent. Did that go all the way? We heard the thud on the seats. That was a mammoth 6.
Big shots from Tilak Varma. He shows that he has the range of scoring wherever and however he wants. Dancing down the track, a full, beautiful swing off the bat against Prietska. Not that he would mind too much, Matthew, unless if they become more and more in the single over. But don't mind him attacking. But Varma's now on 49. Dancing down the track again. Really doesn't mind this. But finally, after a long innings, 162 balls to be exact, Tilak Varma makes it to 50 runs.
Yeah, he's been smashing it over 162 balls. 219 minutes is actually the story. Oh, and that one beating everyone. Big chase here for Kaya Zondo.
Very hard to do once he has the pads on as well. You can see him looking at it, saying, "Aye, man."
He's a top order bat. He should be used to running with pads.
But it's good. He was able to bring it back. 2 buys, 33 extras, and still with those 33 extras, the no balls take up the highest percentage, 13 of them being no balls. Tilak Varma reaching his half century. That half century of his third in only his 16th time batting. So there's going to be more from him. He does average 52 in 50 over cricket. Currently 37 in first class cricket. There will be in no time a balancing order for this astonishingly talented 21-year-old. Big shots from Dhruv Jurel. He too joins the party. They want to have lunch in the field before they go have actual lunch, feasting on Matthew Pritzker's batting, or bowling rather, and that is how they bring up the 100-run partnership, saving the delicious stuff for the end of the session.
Yeah, just giving some impetus in this innings. They might just want to work off that deficit before they go into lunch, because we were talking about a wicket for the SAA team. Working off that deficit will also be a bit sweeter for the Indian team. Going in there knowing every run we score from here on in is going to be runs on the board.
They just have to remove 20 of those runs until they are able to build that lead. But until now, they can go with big smiles on their faces. Massive smile on their faces, the Indians, that they were able to complete the entire session without a single wicket lost. And how impressive has that been?
Fantastic. 243 for loss of 4 wickets, 73 overs, and we still have 66 overs of scheduled play left for today. So don't think we're going to get all of them played today. Like you said, 26 wickets. That means it's every second over or so there's got to be a wicket taken. So I don't see that happening with the lineups we have. But it is lunch, and we're going to have a bit of a break, nourish the soul, nourish the stomach, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes time.
"263 for South Africa, 159 for India," and like we've been saying, it's a whole host of crickets that's going to be coming our way, and with less than a month away, the future stars of cricket will be debuting on the world stage in the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup, which will be starting in January the 19th in 2024. South Africa will be hosting this world-class tournament across 5 cities, namely Potchefstroom, Benoni, Bloemfontein, East London, and the Diamond City of Kimberley. Entry will be free, so come witness the future of cricket, and you will be a part of the experience. So be part of it. Hashtag Wozanawe. This is a message from Cricket South Africa, who want you to be a part of it and enjoy the development of the cricket that we'll be watching. Start the new year with the new stars of cricket in the ICC Under-19 World Cup.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Willowmoore Park. Another session on the way between SAA and India A. Tilak Varma is on the crease. He scored his 50. Jurel on 45. It's 243 for the loss of 4 wickets. And that is after 73 overs. Still 66 overs of scheduled play left for today. Don't think we're going to get all of that in. It might be a question of just where the game finds itself round about tea time. Will they shake hands and preserve some energy and preserve some extra oomph for the next test taking place in Cape Town? It is going to be a fantastic series down there. South Africa leading the series 1-0. Bjorn Fortuin, who's been bowling fantastically well, is continuing from this the Ekurhuleni end. 19 overs, 1 for 32. And that includes 5 maidens as well. And we saw Matthew Breedska just bowling the 2 overs, going for 15 runs. 2 big sixes getting ahead of him. 1 by Jurel and 1 by Varma. Deficit still 20. And as soon as that deficit is wiped out, we can start predicting where the game will go to. But still, at the moment, 26 wickets still be taken in this game. And this is the last day. And oh, now aren't we missing that first day that we lost? Good start. Fortuin just getting back into his work. We lost that very first day due to the pitch not being quite ready to play. Bit of an issue there. And the chatter is back on the field as well. It's going to be a long 2-hour session. We're going to go all the way up till 10 past 3. So it's a 2.5-hour session with all the amount of overs lost. Just trying to get all the overs in, or as much play as we possibly can. Oh, just playing back to that one, and with the pitch showing 1 or 2 demons. Varma just continuing his work. 1 more ball to go in this 74th over. And great work by Fortuin, starting it off with a maiden. Very important for the batters just to keep going. Their partnership is 103. And who will be continuing from the chalet end? It's like Van Dijk is going to be given the ball. Only 6 more overs to go until the new nut is available to be taken. And you got to feel that Willowmoore and Swanepoel might have a go with the new nut. It is Johan van Dijk. 12 overs, he's picked up the wicket. He picked up the wicket of Safras Khan. 3 no balls. 2 wides, just getting carried away with 1 or 2 of those short pitch deliveries. He's into the wicket-keeper batsman, Jurel. Oh, and what a start that is! That is also the end, that chalet end, where he got all his success yesterday. And there's a bit of a kickstarter for you. Couple of more of those and we might just be in with a shout. Make this day a lot more interesting if South Africa are able to pick up a couple of wickets. Oh, lovely bowling, lovely start Oh, I normally say a fast bowler starts off with a loosener, and if that was his loosener, we're in for a bit of a spell here. Partnership 103 from 271 deliveries. And what a fantastic start there by Van Dijk. 243 for loss of 4 wickets. And that's after 74 overs, busy with the 75th. You can just hear the excitement. Every ball they're waiting for something. This is what we want to see from the fielding side, expecting the ball. Not just waiting for it, but expecting the ball every single delivery. And it makes it very difficult for that slip cordon as well to keep concentration. That's why you'll see every now and again they'll take a break and just stretch the legs, have a conversation with the keeper. And then as soon as the bowler is running in, concentration starts again. Oh, this one, shot played hard into the ground. Very happy to hook that one. Got over it nicely, made sure that he's in control of the shot. And it hit it hard to Tsepo Moreki. No protection on the fence. The only fielder is the long leg. He's got 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, cover, a wide-ish mid-off, and then also a mid-on in play and the mid-wicket, as we see Tsepo Moreki got into play in the previous delivery. Again, everyone excited. He's just extracting a little bit of extra bounce at the moment, just hitting the deck nice and hard, really coming in. One more ball to go in his 13th over. Oh, looking for the quick single is Jurel, but no chance of that happening. Very in from the point area is Fortuin. He's very quick across the park. Takes his cap off. He's going to have another go. He's also extracting some variable bounce from the Kuruleni end. And after a lovely lunch that we had, welcome back, Pendulo.
Thank you for the welcome. Welcome to everybody. Stomachs are filled. You can see the players running around where Swanepoel is back onto the field. Good start from Van Dijk. 50 runs for Jurel Varma. See, everything is just looking good to start the second session.
Oh, sweep shot coming out. Is that going to be a catch? And taken! Fantastically taken in the deep. Is it the big man himself? Duan Willowmoore taking a great catch and just asking them, guys, easy game.
We've been talking about that sweep shot the whole morning and how dangerous it is with that extra bound Bjorn Fortuin works with. It comes to telling Varma finally trying to go into the offense, and that's the risk. After playing for a whole 4 hours, he falls victim to Bjorn Fortuin. He strikes. A very good catch in the deep as well from the big man.
Excellently held, running to his right. And after the couple of catches that's gone down over the last couple of days, I think that was the reaction that you saw there. Him just lifting up his hands and saying, this is how it's done, lads. Great stuff there. Varma batted very well for his 50. 169 balls, which included 4 fours and 1 6. And 243, and finally a wicket lunch has done its trick.
Field up, everyone is looking good, like we said. The cricket is looking good, and all of a sudden a wicket comes to the fort, and because of that brings about the new batter, the exciting talent of Akshay Patel. He walks into the field. walks in at number 7 because of that dismissal. Bjorn Fortuin with the first ball of his over, striking, and what a good way to start the over.
And yeah, Akshay Patel is someone that can smash it. He's done well. His strike rate overall is nice and high. I don't think with the match situation where it is, he'll hang around. I think he'll play a couple of shots. He's a very positive individual. He's one of those guys that always try and make something happen. Ball in hand, in the field. Great deep fielder as well on the boundary rider. And then also fantastic batter as well. Another left-hander replacing Tilak Varma, out for 50.
So wonderful batter is, well, there's a good batter is Akshay Patel, a wonderful cricketer all round, averaging just 36 runs for his test career, which is quite impressive.
And also taking where he bats. He bats around about 7 and 8 in that test side. And then he normally comes in when the new ball is due as well.
No, he's one of those players.
And as I said that, he's not going to hang around. Second ball up. That was my sights of the first one. Slog sweep, 6 runs.
Doesn't need a long time going. You talked about it. He comes in, he smashes a good one. Bjorn Fortuin gives him a nice juicy one onto one knee. Those long levers coming as a gem for Akshay Patel. 6 runs. What a good shot to get out of your way and start scoring runs.
I think that's just going to be the kickstart now. Deficit has gone down to 14 runs and immediately one shot just spreads out that field. Only the slip in close catching. We got a long off. Beg your pardon, long on for the left-hander. Everyone just tucks around the corner. I don't think he'll come back for a second. He's not too worried. Him and Fortuin just having a conversation. Both left-arm spinners, of course.
2 of the same kind indeed. And even Bjorn Fortuin has its own with the bat. He can really bat his way around. So Akshay Patel and Bjorn Fortuin, like for like, and 250 runs up for the Indians. Labourers 200, and then it started going really quickly for the last 50 runs.
Yeah, we were on that deficit of 80 for about 6 or 7 overs. And then all of a sudden now the deficit's only that lucky number 13.
The wicket of Varma. Definitely a good start here for the South Africans. It's definitely a start that's going to get them buoyant and happy. 76 overs gone, and crucially getting that wicket of Varma just before the twilight, or just before the rise of the new ball. It's 4 overs away now, as the deficit is on 13.
Yeah, deficit is on 13. 4 overs away with the new ball. And if they take it, I wonder if Fortuin picks up another wicket, if they might just keep him on with the new ball, give him a bit of a nut because of the bounce that he does get. Him and a Fortuin and a Willowmoore partnership, maybe.
The thing is, Bjorn Fortuin is an opening bowler in the white ball. So he's no foreigner to usage of the new ball. With the team looking to score as well, probably now in this session. But we cannot just suss it out for these couple of overs, but the intention has been looking like we are looking to score. So that's going to make Bjorn Fortuin a little bit more dangerous. He's a man I'd like to see get some more reward for his work.
Yes.
1 wicket in his 13 overs. You look at 41 runs and you're like, he's going at just over 3, which is pretty good for a strike bowler who has struck a wicket for you. But the way he's been so consistent, the way he's been so hard-working, you just feel like he deserves another wicket.
He does. And those 39 runs, you got to take 6 off because it was a big 6. Oh, this one just guided through that backward point region, leaning back into the shot, and just those lovely hands that he does possess, Akshay Patel, just guiding it down into that area.
That was some good stuff from him. Loved looking at that shot. Just waiting for the ball to come towards him and close to him as possible. There's a big gap between second slip, Zubair Hamza and Gali, and Joshua Richards standing basically fifth slip rather than Gali.
Oh, this one just lifted over the bowler. A little bit of luck there for Akshay Patel. Not quite in control of that one. And you got to feel that it must have been a Duhan Willowfield almost bowling there to maybe get a hand to it, just lifting it and chipping it over the bowler.
Just not enough time to react for Van Dijk. Over him, worse, he's still on his follow through, so he's still crouching over. They're already difficult when they're low on your ankles, difficult when they're on your waist. Now imagine over you. So you can say it's good timing and good placement rather from Akshay Patel. Very good placement. It's the mid-on and mid-off are quite wide. That is such a good delivery from Van Dijk.
Just get that consistency going. You can see even Jurel, the shots that he's practicing is almost like a guide who wants to get it into that vacant area. And I think you're right. The conversation might have been saying, listen guys, it's kind of going to a stalemate at the moment. Let's just get going. Let's get everyone in. Let's have a bit of a bat, have a bit of a shout. And if SAA need to bat again, let's see what the new ball does. Give the new ball bowlers a bit of a go. Deficit is only 10. Oh, lovely shot through the covers, just over pitch, juicy half volley, and Jurel moving on to 49 with that sumptuous cover drive.
You said it, there to be hit, and boy oh boy did he hit that. Such gorgeous timing, just the weight transfer, going and leaning into the ball. They always speak about the concept of kissing the ball as you hit it, and that was a smooch and a half, just getting on top of it, into the gap between Oshile and Olafia standing at mid-off.
Had absolutely no chance. That was straight as a die down the middle, that gap.
Neither of them even bothered to run. They just said, okay, let's go fetch this baby.
Much better line, I think, on that one. End of the 77th, 257th for a loss of 5 wickets. Now we're glad to say that it was a wicket in the last over from 14. Patel has rocked on to 10 from 6, and Jurel needs one more to rack up another 50 for him. He is on 49 of 141.
It's a bit of happiness having made your way halfway through to the batting order. You've gotten rid of the entirety of the top 5. Now Dhruv Jurel is your true obstacle. Yes, Washington Sundars can bat, Akash Deep, and so can Akshay Patel. But they haven't been there for 140 deliveries. He's earned his way to play the way he's gotten to play, Dhruv Jurel. Him and Tilak Varma, they too deserve massive compliments. It is not easy, and it's such a rarity nowadays seeing batters come together and complete a session and not even look to up the ante, being in that mindset of preserving wickets. And it's not that they were just sitting there and doing nothing. They were actually turning the score over when those deliveries came about. When there was a loose one, it was dispatched. When there was a gap, they would find that run. But also the bowling from South Africa was so good. So it's big compliments to them absorbing all of that pressure in the gloominess of the morning that has now given this platform for the Indians to say, okay, let's start exercising our skills here.
And that's exactly what we want. We saw that last single that taken, that quick hands off, Patel just rocking onto that back foot, just pushing it into the gap there. Where they'll be, in the beginning of the morning session, they'll be happy just to smother that ball, just to get over it, just to hit it into the deck. He just rocks back, he just pushes it into that gap, much more intent in his batting.
We've also seen a couple of dashing sixes, both from Patel and from Jurel as well, exercising their right to use the V, long on and long off, could only pick the ball up. And also we've seen that beautiful drive through the gap from Jurel to take him to that 49 runs. It clearly shows that they are going on to the attack. South Africa now can actually start believing that they can take more wickets because of that. Funny enough, it's halfway through the batting lineup for the Indians. They're on 258, trailing by a single digit of 5.
Yes, and 2 more overs to go till that new nut is available. So this might be the last over from Van Dijk. I'm pretty sure that Willowmoore will operate from this end. Just be interesting to see who he operates with. Might be Swanepoel coming in, giving him another go. Oh, lovely fielding, lovely pickup there by Fortuin. That was hit like a tracer bullet. And a great fielding there by Bjorn Fortuin.
My brain had already visualized the ball thundering on the wall that covers the boundary line of Willowmoore Park. But Bjorn Fortuin had other ideas and scrubbed away that story from my brain. Excellent fielding. See now this chatter between him and Moreki. The slip cordon is a little bit more alive. Just a simple thing to switch the flick on for the South Africans.
And it's not always that intent. It's the intent of the batter as well. That he's here to score runs. He's not just here to block it out, to defend the whole time. He's here to score runs. So that intent from the batter is now lifted up. That slip cordon has lifted up the chatter.
And look, Van Dijk is bowling brilliantly. He's hitting his areas magnificently. That back of a length area becomes also much more better when the batters are looking to attack. It's just attacking it so well. The ball basically shaving or just flying slightly over the bails should it be let go. And it's such a great length. And seeing him scratch that line, the one thing we're happy about is that in this spell of his right now, he hasn't overstepped as yet.
That is true. And he's been guilty of a couple of those, as have all the fast bowlers in this innings. But as of yet, touch wood.
I just want to control that line though, however. That one slipping down a little bit more straighter. I mean, you can get away with one after peppering the off stump. Second one becomes easier. Your reflexes now you can somewhat expect it because you break the muscle memory. So easy pickings, that's for Akshar Patel.
Batter of his quality is just going to make it easy. You can just see Breetsko also having a chat with Patel. He's asking me, take me through that shot. Hit it a bit harder. Get it to the boundary. Oh, this inside edge missing the pegs. A bit of a let off for Jurel as he brings up his 50. Very nearly cluttered into the stumps there. Fortuitous 2 runs. And it is 50 up for Jurel.
Jurel taking his own sweet time to bring it up and nearly losing it right at the end. What a delivery. What a sequence of deliveries from Johannes van Dijk. Coming back in, nipping the inside edge. You heard the big nick. And Jurel getting reward for his patience and efforts. He gets a smile of fortune coming down towards him as Matthew Britzker had a shout in getting a run out on Akshar Patel. Just making it home though. 79 gone here in Willowmoore Park.
Yeah, just showing him, don't run into that ball. Don't change line. Yeah. He might just get you.
Very awkward way of losing your wicket. Just takes us back to the 2019 ICC World Cup. Let's move on. The deficit is 1.
Yeah, let's not go there. 262 for a loss of 5, deficit being 1. Patel 12 from 12, and Jurel very happy to be there, still very lucky to be there after that big Chinese cut. Or Van Dijk 52 of 147. Clouds have started to come in a little bit more. Bit more bowling friendly at the moment. Rocking onto the back foot and just slapping that one to point. The intent shows is definitely there from even from Jurel now, as the scores are drawn level.
Also, there's been felt a huge gust of wind coming towards us as you speak about those conditions of bowling. It was Jurel who hit against that wind because it will be blowing from the left to the right of your screens. Such power from the shots from Jurel. But now a sense of anticipation from the South Africans as that new ball comes along. The birds are now starting to croak and make sounds. They also wait in anticipation. We here wait in anticipation, especially after the wicket of Varma, because now you have an Aksha Patel who can hit a good one if it's on a bad area with a new ball so it can fly, but also an opportunity for wickets.
Yes, opportunity for wickets. There's a little bit of jousting going on there.
Always love it when the players have a little bit of fun.
At the expense of the captain this time round. Oh, big shot, big shot. That is one bounce into the boundary, and that is 4 runs. The slog sweep against the spin. Brave shot, but well executed.
Truth Jurel saying that, oh, you are smiling. Watch me. I can also bring a smile to my face and my fans. Gets down onto one knee, takes on the ball from beyond 14. Very risky given how very full it was, but makes a pure connection with one ball remaining. The lead now is on 5 runs.
Brings us to the end of the over, and I gotta feel the end of Bjorn 14's spell. He looked the most dangerous, but now they're looking to take him on, and with the India A in the lead, they might just look at a change here, maybe bring Swanepoel in. Van Dijk gonna have another crack here. New ball is available. You see Olivier just having a chat to Captain Breetska there.
I support this call wholeheartedly. Carry on with your Hannes van Dijk. He's been bowling magnificently. He's just hitting his lines, hitting his areas, being consistent.
But the new ball has not been taken. Oh, lovely shot. Just sat on that one. Hitting it through the covers. They will definitely look to triple up. And that is 3 runs to this to Patel.
They do just that. Good retrieval from Zabamureke. Interesting change up in the lengths. That is the length you'd normally use a new ball with. So maybe he's loosening up and saying, okay, let's try out what a new ball would be doing. Because you remember, you can take a new ball when in any delivery from over number 80. So if you want to take it on 81.3, you can do that. If you want to take it the next ball, you can.
Oh, lovely shot on drive. Not quite timed. You could hear the sound of the bat wasn't crisp. And just the 2 still remains a beautiful shot.
Very good shot. The target was was the boundary, but Aksha Patel was an obstacle. Seems like it hit his glove on its way through. That's why it lost so much power. But also the timing could be better. You heard that the sound is far more thinner when the timing is pure sound. They'd had like a very banging sound. It wasn't that crack from the bat. Sounded like spongy.
Oh, going for the pull shot. Not great bowling at the moment here. Going for the fence. No one at deep square. 4 runs to Jurel.
Van Dijk has been struggling to get that short ball on target. It's either it's too high or it's misdirected, but that time Jurel was definitely up to the task. He was not afraid to take it on. Great shot. Now Tsepo Moreki has been pushed down to that square leg boundary to give it some protection.
I don't think the height was actually the problem there. I think just not enough venom. And there was almost a slow bounce.
See, going back to his standard delivery, looks so good when he's bowling it there, when he's pitching it up there. He does have surprising amount of zip as well. So want to use that, and actually that movement coming towards Dhruv Jurel as well, working into his advantage. So he'd want to climb up into as many of them as possible.
Oh, this one just passing the bat a little bit more, going for the shot. A little bit misdirected as it was going down leg. Just got the feeling that he would pick that gap between the deep square and the long leg. But completely missed that one. Actually going underneath it, bounced a little bit more than Jurel expected.
It's that thing you were talking about. I see it in that delivery. The venom. The venom and the intent behind the delivery. You must bowl the delivery with the intent to smash. That's what you want. It must intimidate the batter. And I felt like that one had that factor behind it. So you saw that's why it rushed Dhruv Jurel. The previous one was spongy, it was floaty, so he could get on top of it. Good stuff from Johannes van Dijk, building his over right well at the end, finishing it off with 3 dot balls. It's 81 overs completed, 277 for no loss, with the new ball still waiting to be called on to.
As we see a bit of cloud cover there in the deep with the lovely shot of the Indian and South African flag there. Playing for your nation, always pride. And just see the wind there. How was that for a commentator shot? Calling it. Great from the production team. They've always been very competent. Great work done by them. It has been one of those very difficult matches because we lost the first day. It was very rainy. The second day, cloud. We went off for rain, thunderstorms around. Then we had this beautiful day yesterday, and today, a bit of everything.
Petition for reserve days for first-class cricket. If we had one more day, we could have had something out of this game. However,
Yes.
you know, if we could exchange, hey, India, South Africa, give us those 2 days, please. Can we use them here?
Shot just going through covers. Great fielding. And one thing that I've picked up is Patel is not too keen on the quick singles. Jurel has tried to push him 1 or 2, and he just leans on his bat in non-striker and just says, no, we're good. We're good. Run rate is picked up, so we relax. We're there. And the change of angle to Patel is very interesting to me. Coming around the wicket is Fortain. And he's trying to get it across him and then getting it to turn back. With the man at the cow fence, he's just trying to stop that sweep, big sweep shot, that slog sweep that Patel plays very well.
With that being the case, I'm quite surprised. Actually, not even surprised. It's okay, I see it now. This fine leg is quite square, which is okay. No one is quite fine, so it's definitely a backward square leg. There's no one at fine leg, there's no one at third man.
Oh, rocking back, hitting that one through the gap between points and cover. 4 runs, Patel.
had to push it across. That's the idea. But Patel up to the task and up to the task well. Putting a lot of question to Bjorn Fortuin. Didn't have the answers at that time. Magnificent cricket. Beautiful shots from Akshar Patel. He ends over number 82. It's 281 for the loss of 5 wickets. Halfway through the batting order. Akshar Patel batting at a very different rate compared to Dhruv Jurel and his previous counterpart or predecessor in Tilak Varma. 63 and 150 odd. Varma 50 and 160 odd. Akshar Patel batting at a higher rate. Dhruv Jurel at a slower rate, but now in this session looking to pick up the rate in its totality. And so the South Africans call on one of their opening bowlers in Bear Swanepoel. Third umpire gets the new ball out of the way. What is it still doing here? Pick that thing up and please invite the new cherry into the game as he does so beautifully. Umpire Brad White waves the nut up and bears a Swanepoel who bowled excellently this morning. He was on fire. He returns. He'll be running down the chalet end, running down the slope. Remember, the batting end of bowling at the chalet end has some juiciness on it. You can see that the pitch is a little bit darker compared to its opposite end from where the ball is released. So Dhruv Jurel, on 157 balls faced on 63 runs, faces a Bears Swanepoel. Starting it off at that back of a length. Had a problem yesterday. Bears Swanepoel was all over the place and couldn't complete a catch of his own bowling. Today he became the Bears Swanepoel that leads the 4-day series here in South Africa. He became the Bears Swanepoel, who was averaging 17 runs in that series. And the Bears Swanepoel was bowled 4 maiden overs in the morning so far. Look at that beauty, jagging away from the seam. Good leave though from Dhruv Jurel. Comes in with a lot of energy. That's Bears Swanepoel. Did a good job there, Dhruv Jurel, not to be drawn into a stroke. Pitching on the off stump, leaving it and trusting the length to take it over the stumps. But the new ball is really looking very lively, and looking lively on the livelier side of the track too.
Interesting ploy. First time Bears have been bowling from that end, from the chalet end. Mostly operating from the Ikuruleni end. So it might be the change that Willowmoore might feel. Listen, let me come from the other end. Let's see if it's a bit of a change of fortune.
The sound from the bat is beautiful. The echo around travels, it's just, it's like a gunshot, but from a sophisticated mechanism, which is the human body. That is of Dhruv Jurel's technique, just getting onto his back foot. That's how it sounded like. A firework.
A little bit of movement as well on offer here with the new ball. Lateral movement. It's great stuff here by Bears. Coming in and just showing why he was picked for this game. He is the leading wicket taker in our domestic 4-day cup. Picked up a 10-for against the Titans in that thrilling 4-day game that we had there.
comes in with a lot of purpose. Very compact in his run-up, compact in his action. Everything about him is efficient. He finishes up and over. The lead is 18 runs, 281 for the loss of 5.
A great start with the new ball. And you see 14. He's going to have a bit of a go, bit of a crack with the new nut. So hold on.
There's no surprise, is there? He's used to it. This is the stuff he normally does with the white ball, does beyond 14. Now being tasked to do it with the red ball. In conditions where the team is looking to up the run rate after all, Akshay Patel, 20 from 21 deliveries. Tiny little push coming to Matthew Britzka.
And just the sound of the new ball compared to the old softer ball.
Trying to see the effectiveness of the new ball in the hands of the spinner. Remember, those foot marks are still there, still very prevalent. Trying to see if we can get any of them into his usage. Very wide outside that off stump. But he darts one in. Look at how quickly it travels down to Ronald Afia, deep square leg.
Won't be too long before we see him in action. With the left-right combination, you can just see the field changing. And the ball turning away from the right-hander allows them to only have one boundary rider. That's the deep square on the fence.
One slip fielder, just in case. But
just
don't need a slip fielder there. Cow corner is nowhere to be seen as the ball flies over the top. The quicker they come, the quicker they go, the newer they are, the quicker they fly for 6 runs.
I beg your pardon, I was kind of confused with the shot. He muscled that one, didn't he? Rocked onto the back foot. I was looking for it over square and hit it over mid-wicket. Almost with a straight looking bat. What an extraordinary shot that was.
That was good looking stuff. Beyond 14 will look to push this one a little bit fuller now. And the defenses of Jurel just as pure as his offense.
Oh, lovely shots. Extraordinary shot that he muscled over mid-wicket.
It's a packed offside field. Tapumureki is standing at cover. Short extra cover is Kaya Zondo, who just picked up that ball to end over number 84. The new ball is just 3 overs old and the lead is 25 runs up.
And the new ball is doing the trick for the Indian batters at the moment. Saw a lot of movement from Bayers. Can he maybe get a breakthrough, get into that wickets column that he desperately wants to be? Could have been there with Siddharshal, that he unfortunately dropped of his own bowling. Not the most difficult catch, you would say.
It always feels better for the rest of the team if you know as a bowler you did your mistake. Now he's coming in wide off the angle, trying to make right of all the wrongs and get that wicket finally for himself. Just dropping it a little bit too short though.
And also Bjorn Fontaine, who's had a bit of a marathon bowling spell, had to do the chasing there. Albeit he doesn't run in that far when he runs up to bowl.
Yeah, it's also still interesting how tiring spin bowling in itself can be. You know, you grow up, you're thinking, no, I'll just float it up there, I'll just float it up there. But it takes something to generate 85 kilometers, 90 kilometers, whilst so many revs. And when you're in a net session or you're watching the game live, you then realize how quickly the ball is actually being released from the spin bowler.
hear so many of the, especially the younger players, saying this guy's bowling at 140 and this one was measured at 135, and then you sit back and say, guys, wow, you don't know how fast even 120 is. Trust me, when that nut comes at you at 120, you already think, wow, that's pretty nippy. So when it's coming to you at about 135 clicks on average, it is lively. It makes you think, and hey, you mentioned it before, you got that split second, and it almost feels like you're thinking about 2 balls ago, and then the other one is on its way again, and it's how quickly it can go past. So you've got to be right on top of your game and really appreciate someone that can bowl at 130, 140 kilometers per hour.
Then the quicker they come, the quicker they run off the bat, but you have to time them well still. The decision making that you have to make as a batter is so quick, is knowing exactly where to place the ball, calculating where the fielders are. They're finding the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on to get those 2 runs. You have to split second to judge. Do I go front foot? Do I go back foot? Do I play this delivery because it's going to hit my stumps, or do I leave it because it's not a threat to my stumps? Do I hit it because it's too bad of a ball? Do I let that one go because it's going to tuck me down the pads, or do I actually try to squeeze it down to find leg and just flick my pad at it? So many decisions and so many outcomes can come off it, but at that time, nothing coming off it. An over completed, 85 gone, the lead grows to 29.
Yeah, 292 for answer 5 to the answer of SAA's first innings of 263. Breedske continuing with Bjorn Fortuin. Might just be a bit of a plan here. Might be the fact that they're actually going after Fortuin, trying to hit a couple of boundaries, trying to hit him a little bit. Still only the 1 out at deep square on the fence. So that 6 that was hit is not phasing Fortuin at all.
Definitely going to be a lot of stuff outside that off stump. Going at it, there's a man who's been pushed out there. Joshua Richards was 100% just pushed back a little bit at cover for exactly that purpose. And how telepathic is that from Bjorn Fortuin? Popping it up. And it is the dismissal of Jurel, who could not resist, and into the hands of Joshua Richards as he falls, and it is India's 6th wicket.
And he falls on that magical 69 of 165 balls. It has been a marathon innings as he shimmied down the wicket. And saw a similar dismissal with the left-hander Bayer Swanepoel as well, where he shimmied down the wicket and just got the outside part of the bat and dismissed finally for SAA. Spent 242 minutes at the crease and 8 fours, 2 sixes, and this will no doubt bring, looks like Washington Sundar to the crease. The 2 players who's got test caps under their belt, facing up, maybe giving them a bit of a run. Might be waiting for a certain phone call from certain team managers saying, please get on the plane to Cape Town.
The situation now calls for a different type of game, because it seems as if the Indians are on the charge, they are on the attack. Like you said, the Bjorn experiment, let's see how far it's going to go. And Fortuin now has taken 3, brings in Washington Sundar, who averages 32 runs for his career, just eclipsed 1,000 runs. But right now, they're going to need all of his skill, all of his big hitting with those 650s and that single century.
And looking at that average, batting at number 8, that is handy to have. And you've got Akshay Patel, who averages in the 30s as well at 7 and 8. What a 8th wicket part, or 7th wicket partnership that could be.
And it's Washington Sundar, one of those guys who have a higher test batting average than their first class batting average. Though the sample size is small, but the fact that 66 is what is written on his stat sheet is still something to wonder.
And two left-handers at the crease now. Fontaine turning it into them. We do have two fielders on the boundary now. It's that deep square and deep mid-wicket.
It's an easy push down to Johannes van Dijk, who's standing at deepish, square-ish mid-on. And now the field shifts with Akshar Patel because he's definitely on the charge.
He's 25, only from 30 deliveries. Eccleston just getting the angles correct.
It's an interesting setup at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and a conventional mid-wicket who's standing right over the shoulder of Kaya Zondo at short mid-wicket. Looking to attack that, goes big, does Akshar Patel in front of square, but further enough from Joshua Richards, who's standing at the cow corner to get 4 runs.
Now that one, just not complete control. That one, you'll see the shot was eyeing up that mid-wicket fence and then just not in control of it, just working it around the corner more squarish than he wanted to go.
That in actuality helped him to evade Joshua Richards, who's standing at that cow corner. That roll in the wrist, that missed timing, forcing the ball to go more squarer than what he wanted it to be. It ends over number 86 now. It's 297 for the loss of 6.
We saw, if you can see on the screen there, Kaya Zondo just practicing 1 or 2 deliveries, just maybe showing for the captain. Look at the turn that ball got. I can pitch it on about wide line and then hit leg stump. So give me a go. Just showing the captain that he does have that in his armour.
Kaya Zondo, a veteran in the game, surprisingly enough, does have himself a couple of first-class wickets, even though you may think about it. 43 to be exact. His best bowling figures are 6 for 52.
My goodness, I did not expect that.
It's not just that, he has 2 5-wicket hauls.
Oh, great delivery.
It's a fantastic start from Bayer Swanepoel, who's looking to strike. Hasn't struck just yet in his SAA debut. Speaking of Kaya Zondo, who has 2 5-wicket hauls, he has 2 10-wicket hauls, does Bayer Swanepoel, to support his 7 fifers. So someone with real consideration, someone to keep an eye on, someone who's going to keep that over rate ticking very quickly, but also get you wickets.
Yeah, he is a wicket taker. Said it this morning as well. He got a very much of a Vernon Philander feel to him. Not the quickest around, but the control, the swing. Very bustling action as he goes through the crease. Doesn't waste time, not a long run up. He comes in, he does his work, and he goes back.
Just goes to show that you don't have to be a 150 plus bowler in order for you to be considered at the highest levels of the games. It's all about understanding what you can do, understanding what the pitch does, and understanding what the ball does in relation to what you can do. And then as a short man who doesn't have the biggest pace, you can get the ball at the back of a length, kicking up just like that, looking to drown the batter as tall as Washington Sundar.
He's a very strong young man, nice broad shoulders. He's got a very strong action in the crease.
Getting such good assistance from the pitch as well. Eventually, we're going to see those ones coming a little bit fuller. Will be interesting to also ascertain whether or not he has that one that goes away, because it can really mess up the makeup of the batter.
Avesh Khan showed that brilliantly against Ryan Rickleton. We had 2 balls going away into him and then 2 just going away. And then that last one getting the edge of Rickleton's bat. So that was a perfect setup.
Ends this over for Bayer Swanepoel. It's going to come back. Going to see more of him. Just 2 in his spell so far. But keeps that one tidy as a maiden over, keeping the lead on 34 runs.
And Swanepoel has bowled 6 maidens thus far. And it was only that first spell that he really struggled a bit. He had the drop catch of Sudarshan in there as well. And just looked like he was not hitting his traps, struggling with the rhythm. And all of a sudden today, he's just looked like Bayers of sorts. And I don't think the captain will be able to take the ball out of Bjorn Fortuyn's hand at the moment. He's on 3 wickets. You want to go for that 5er.
Also, these are the times where he is most dangerous, because everyone who's batting is looking at him as someone that they can attack. And that's making him such a bigger threat. You take a look at his wickets, it's not just edges, LBWs, it's being caught in the outfield. It's the batters looking to take him on, and him being brave enough to be taken on.
And that's the thing, as a bowler, you want batters playing shots. You want them going after you a little bit, because it does give you that opportunity. It does give you that sense of something's happening. I got to do something, he's got to do something. It's that battle between bat and ball, where they're just looking to knock you around, as we saw in that first session. It does get tedious after a while.
So you really want them going for it. There's a big space above the cover region. Cover region being covered by Swanepoel. There's mid-off in Matthew Brisker. Ishile stands at backward point. With the ball spinning in. They're looking to take advantage of Kaya Zondo's standing 2 strips away at mid-wicket. Tsabumureki, who's standing at conventional mid-wicket. And then Johannes van Dijk, strange 3rd quarter at mid-on.
Oh,
Delightful delivery from Bjorn Fortuyn, dragging Washington Sundar off his ground. Just beating his edge though.
lovely ball. That one looked like it just went straight on with the arm. I must admit that at the moment Sundar's getting a lovely stride to the pitch of the ball.
That's the battle between it and bat. Good stride in, trying to smother the movement of the ball from Bjorn Fortuyn. It's the battle between that, keeping the lead at 35 runs, 298 for the loss of 6. And remember, the legendary rivalry between South Africa and India continues as the Proteas lead the 1-0 Betway Test Series. So get your tickets now from Ticket Pro for the New Year's Test Series that will be taking place at Newlands Cricket Stadium from the 3rd of January and the 7th of January 2024. You really don't want to miss out. So hashtag Let's Go South Africa. Be part of it. War Zanawe. Do not miss out. It's drinks here at Willowmoore Park. We return. The lead is 35.
It is 299 for the loss of 6 as we see the first ball after drinks. After we have just wet the old coggles a little bit, get the beaks in the water, made our mixtures as everyone has their little thing. One away from that 300 and the lead is 36 runs. It is Washington Sundar and Akshay Patel at the crease. Sundar facing up to Van Dijk, which was it's a bit of a strange change as Swanepoel was going well.
I've been interested to see how Van Dijk will be how he'll do with the new ball in his hand. Actually, he was bowling very well with the older ball. In his first bout, he struggled a little bit with the new-ish ball. But now that he's found his straps, can he get it to talk? See, even looks like there's more venom in his bowling with that new ball in his hand.
Yeah, let's hope he gets can bend that back a little bit. This might be his one of the last opportunities he has to maybe impress selectors, maybe have a bit of eyes on him, just to say that I have arrived, although I'm playing Division 2. And it's 300 up for India A with that single. It's 300 for the loss of 6. So very great, fantastic work done. Only losing the 2 wickets, and it's the 2 wickets of the set batters of Varma and Jurel that was lost. Patel is going on nicely. Oh, that one, there was a bit of movement there off the deck. Can just see him going to do a bit of gardening there. Here's 31 of 37, and Sundar is 2 from 14.
That looked really good. Just coming around the wicket, such a strong action. Just moving slightly away after it's pitched. Getting a thick outside edge of Akshay Patel's bat. Something to think about. Let's see if it's going to push him outside that off stump. He does have 2 slips and a gully.
Oh, there's that extra venom. There's that extra kick. You can even see the follow through. He liked that one. We just saw Akshay Patel just looking around at the dressing room as he received a message from the dressing room. Might just be a story of, listen, get on with it. Let's see, maybe get the bowlers in a little bit more. Let's see what they can do. Maybe have Avesh Khan, a bit of a burst. We don't think that another 24 wickets will fall today. There's only 50 overs of scheduled play left. This is a lovely shot down the ground. Just over pitching after he's been bowling so well. And Akshay Patel picking up another boundary. It's moved on to 35.
Yes, we want to see more of that 2020 cricket. 50 overs remaining in the day. Let's make the last 2 innings 25 overs each. Yes, you go hit runs. You go hit runs. Let's come up with a result in fantasy land. Unfortunately, that is not it here. 49 overs remain for the day's play. The lead grows to 41 runs. Sundar is there. Patel looking really good. That was a very lovely shot past Matthew Britska. It goes to 35 from 39.
Yeah, he's looking good. And continuing with 14. He's busy with his 28th over. Picked up 3 wickets. He was the man who picked up the 2 wickets today. Gone for 63 runs. Patel has taken a bit of a liking to him. But at the moment, Sundar facing up.
It's Bjorn Forte taking the big wickets. It's not just the fact that he's taken it. 169 balls for Tilak Varma, taking him on 50. 166 for Dhruv Jurel to snatch him on 69. So That means Akshay Patel still needs to face another, 127 deliveries until he's a threat in the radar of Bjorn 14. But I'm sure, wants to make sure that he's out before he even gets a chance to reach or sniff those amounts of deliveries.
Man, I don't think you want Akshay Patel reaching that amount of deliveries. He's batting at almost 90 strike rate. So if he reaches that amount of deliveries, we're going to see some fireworks.
Might as well. New Year's around the corner. Might as well have a premature celebration. Payback for the Indian loss yesterday. Saying, yeah, take this.
Just way too easy, just knocking it around the corner now. Picking up singles at will.
It's so easy. It's just a tick-tock process right now until something gives. People riding the boundary deep mid-wicket. Here is long on, and Johannes van Dijk who's going to come along and stop that one. There's also that deep backward square in Benoni. So proper boundary protection. Not expecting a lot of them going on to the offside.
Very strange that for Akshay Patel, the square leg boundary actually comes in about halfway off the fence. It's not staying on the fence. We've seen that he can clear this mammoth boundary with ease.
Could be a thing of, yeah, you are most likely to take us on, so chances are you're most likely to...
Here's the carrot. Dangle it.
Then all of a sudden, bam, you get caught. For Sundar, it's okay if they get a 1. So hey, take your 1, brother. Let's get the man who's looking to attack us on strike. Tipamoreke there with a good stop. There's another just slight change. It happened even under the radar as the man was stationed at short 45. 90 overs gone. 309 for the 6.
Yeah, it's just so subtle changes coming from almost a leg gully, then moving across, and ending up on that short 45. Little things you got to be very aware of when you're batting as well.
It's also very tricky because as you start taking your stance and the field is walking in, there's no law that stops a fielder from running into a different position instantly. You're walking in, as you walk in, you're walking in at an angle, changing your degrees from 45 to 30 degrees, where you thought there was an angle for you to push the ball into. The man has walked into that space now. It's so intricate. It's small margins that make a difference.
Coming over the wicket to the left-handers. Bit of a change in angle for Van Dijk. Hopefully a change in fortune.
Pushing it across. There's a gap at backward point and cover. Tipamoreke and Bjorn 14. Very nice juicy gap. They want him to be drawn into that shot. Washington Sundar to call Kaya Zondo and Zubair Hamza into action.
It's so lovely to see that there's guys coming to South Africa from the subcontinent and just looking comfortable against the bowlers on the decks. I mean, Akshay Patel, who's been here a few times, he's toured around the world, he's been to Australia, so he doesn't look too worried or too uncomfortable against the bounce. But we also saw that Tilak Varma, Jurel didn't look uncomfortable to the bounce. We know Sudarshan is a pretty confident player as well. He's actually liking the pace coming onto the bat. I mean, there's so many talented players that you just can't take out of that comfort zone. That as soon as you do, I mean, some of those cricketers, they go around the corner to buy milk and it feels like they've immigrated. So they just can't travel, and that's a frustrating part sometimes when you see all this talent. You know this is the issue. But great to see these youngsters coming to a different country, coming to different conditions, from slow, low turning wickets to fast, bouncy, pacey wickets, and still looking the part. Great to see.
We don't even go too far. Pradosh Ranjan Paul in Butchersroom looked like a veteran player scoring that 169 runs. He was magnificent. So it's wonderful exposure in this SAA setup, because it's unfortunate that we don't have a world domestic league where you have a county championship champ playing against a South African domestic champ playing against a Ranji Trophy champion and champ of champs for a 4-day cup. You don't have that. So having these SAA, these India A, these England Lions, Australia A tours are the best ways to take the players who are in the fringes and give them a taste of what it is outside of the world. I mean, T20 cricket does that for you, but it's a different ball game. 120 balls is nothing compared to batting for 5 sessions.
And as we saw today, waiting for over 4 hours as well. That composure that you need, the concentration, the mental fortitude. It's almost got your bubble that you're batting in must almost be like a fortress. You don't allow anything in or out.
And what was the most impressive about those 2 4-hour innings that we saw from Tilak Varma and Jurel? It is the fact that there are players you would consider white ball players, and you're like, these gentlemen, when we wearing colored clothing, the only thing we see is red, because they are just dangerous. And for them to transform and become the type of players that we were watching today, the old school test batter, absorbing all of the pressure and then charging it back when the time was right, got them to their 50, got them to their 69. And for the players to show that they have such different complexities in their game at such a young age proves that they need to be exposed more to different conditions around the world so that they can become the ultimate form of their player.
Yes, and I think that's the one thing that all the countries can take away from India. They were actually the country who started all of this, sending almost a B team on tour, not sending their big names, having 2 teams touring at the same time in different countries, which was phenomenal. We haven't seen that before. And both doing extremely well.
I mean, there was a time when the main India team was coached by Ravi Shastri and India B team was coached by now India coach Rahul Dravid. What more do you want?
No, slog sweep coming out. Not middling this one. Still 1 bounce 4.
Into the gap expertly by Akshay Patel. Beautiful placement, because there is long on there. There is deep mid wicket, but there's no one standing at that corner. It goes there. Good shot. You can see now Bjorn Fortuin directing his men, saying, yep, please cover the cow corner, Joshua Richards. And he does so. Maybe go more squarer. That easy single where you normally just pick it behind 45 degrees is not there.
Yeah, you just see the intent from Patel. It's almost like facing yourself here. Also left arm bowler is Akshay Patel. A bit more round arm than Fortuin is. And I'm just trying to get a look at the changing room of India, because Akshay Patel keeps looking up there. We might have a declaration coming still.
I mean, it would be nice to see more of Avesh Khan. I'm sure if we're with Indian management, there's still an hour and 40 minutes remaining for the session. Session closing at 20 minutes to 3 o'clock local time. It's currently 2 o'clock, so there's 40 minutes until the end of the session. It ends over number 92. The lead is 50. Patel on 41. Might as well get his half century. Partnership with 21.
Yeah, that could be the one thing that they are just waiting for. Maybe just see if they can't get a couple of wickets. Just have their fielders have a bit of a run around as well. Bowlers coming in. It's going to be almost like a cool down session, if you think about it. Or they might just feel, listen, just bat. Let's see how far we can go. Let's see if we can push that lead in the next hour around about tea time to 100. And then we'll shake hands from there.
You know, it's just a pity that we lost those 4 to 5 sessions, because the track is proving to be a very balanced one. Very balanced one where you never feel like you are in as a batter. Flashing drive, flashing cut. He almost loses his wicket.
Yeah, it's one of those tracks where there's a little bit something for everything. We saw the extra bounce from that chalet end, and there's just got that little bit extra zip. And we saw some variable bounce coming from the Jurel end with Bjorn Fortuin exploiting it brilliantly. So there is something for the bowlers, yet there is something for the batters. If you stay in long enough, you can score your runs. Patel showing that now.
You know, even yesterday with Moreki and the man with the ball right now, Jan van Dijk, they showed that temperament that, no man, if you keep it in there, the bowlers are going to start searching for what the pitch has always been giving them, and then they're going to lose what the pitch has been giving them, and then you're going to start scoring those runs. Excellent exponent of that by Jurel and Tilak Varma, but also it showed that you are never in, because they fouled by conventional cricket shots. Love that short ball now is actually on target for Johan van Dijk. And just when you think of how they lost their wicket, was that extra bounce from Bjorn Fortuin. Phew, getting caught.
Yeah. It was one of those where after the wicket of Fortuin, you just felt that they thought they're in. They're in with a shot, under 200, no problem. Here we go. And then Moreki and Van Dijk just had different ideas.
And you know, at the end of the day, there comes a point where, yes, you're playing with seriousness, but it becomes just fun. If you think back on the famous partnership between Andre Nel and Dale Steyn, that was some of the most entertaining cricket you'd watch. You know, you're coming to bang sixes. They don't care about what's going on. For them, it's just, let's have fun.
Look, it's a lot more fun when it goes your way. If they got hit a couple of times with the ball and one in the ribs, one in the shoulder, less fun. Oh, there's a bit of way over the head. And Akshay Patel is not a short gentleman. He's around about 6 foot. And that one, you kind of just stood still and let it bounce over his head.
It's amazing. Those are the only wides that Johannes van Dijk has been bowling. Over the head, it's just those short-pitched deliveries. Bouncing them a little bit more shorter than what he needs to on this particular track. Just proving that a bouncer in itself is also a very difficult skill.
Some over pitching and just work through that mid wicket. Very happy with only the one. Patel might be looking to harbour the strike a little. He's closing in on that 50. He's on 42 or 49. It might just be that message that we heard from the changing room, that they're happy with the lead of 53. They want to get their bowlers onto the park. See if they can cause some sort of collapse, maybe.
Stranger things have happened. Never really know. But if you are coming in and you're South African, how do you play the game? You're Joshua Richards, getting the chance you've always waited for to play South Africa A cricket. You're not in the greatest run of form, and here's a chance for you to bat again. What do you do with that opportunity? You're Matthew Brisker. You just scored 35. There's new management looking at new opening batters also with the departure of Dean Alga. Not much of a, not known to be an opening batter, but can do the job. What does he do? Does Matthew Brisker. Zubair Hamza just got his call up, so he's happy, but he got ran out on 26. So you ask how, when these batters get an opportunity to come play, what style of cricket are they going to exhibit with a chance that's coming here with no further international cricket from now on until that tour of New Zealand?
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one, and who's going to get the nod of the head as we look at the scorecard of South Africa is just basically number 10-11, Johan van Dijk scoring the 41 and Tsepo Moreki 42, and the next batter from them was Matthew Breedska scoring the 36, and then Krishile looking excellent for that 34, and as you said, Hamza, suicide run out. Oh, lovely shot down the ground and great fielding by Breedska. The captain just showing that in the first innings or the first couple of overs, he did let one or two go underneath him, going in for their dive. This time around, getting nice and low.
He's been showing at all times that he wanted to stop all of those balls coming towards him. Very well placed by the Indians, because he also has to go with the pressure that he might get a run out as well, so he must be sharp in the field.
This one just defended and getting the outside part of the bat. Just an easy one. Brings Patel back to strike. He's on a 43 of a 50. He is striking at about an 80%, 89% rather. Just rocking back into that back foot, just trying to pierce that offside field. Vast amount of space there, even if you can just get it through and not time it. It is easy too, as he changes his line coming around the wicket to Akshay Patel. Oh, this one just whipped away and no run. Ooh, I don't think Washington Sundar would enjoy that. Akshay Patel this time going for the single. Will if he had a bit of a thumble there.
Ticking along, going close to his 50. He's on 44 right now from 53 deliveries. Just trying to see what the intention behind this India innings will be after he gets to his 50 runs. Bjorn Fortuin on a marathon spell.
To know why he didn't take the run with Washington Sundar. It's not like he's a tail ender. He's got an average of over 30. As you can see, there's just a little bit of movement there in the changing room of the Indian side. They might just feel that they want to get onto the park, get going a little bit. Although there's not a lot of white clothing there.
Everything seems very relaxed by the looks of things. The fans also in the stands, they too are very relaxed. Some of them in the bankments, they are also very chilled. The only thing that isn't chilled is the breeze that's coming through. And like we were talking about it earlier on, the man with 2 5-wicket hauls here, has the ball. 151 first-class matches under his belt. 43 wickets also to accompany his first-class career. Kaya Zondo has the ball.
Hopefully an inspired bowling change. as Patel is facing up. Oh, lapping this one around the corner to a 45. Thinking of the second. A lot of work to do for Bayer Swanepoel, who is situated at a very square or very fine deep square.
Could be classifying it. You can be classifying it as a fine square leg, or you can classify it as a square fine leg.
It's almost a deep 45. Oh, talk about tossing it up. There we go, guys. Ondo, try something different.
Bringing Tsepomorik into the picture. Just want to draw the length a little bit shorter if he wants to get that flighted delivery to have a good effect. Focusing onto the back foot as Washington Sundar. Even the Indian batters now are just going through the processes of whatever the ball that is in front of them gives them.
Yeah, funny to see. 47 now is Akshay Patel. He's happy to knock it around. Keep the scoreboard ticking. 323. Now with one ball to go in this inspired bowling change of Kaya Zondo.
You know, it's starting to feel like those matches where team number 1 scores 630, team number 2 comes in and scores 740, and then the match ends as a draw in day number 5. We see over number 95 come to an over here. It's 324 for the loss of 6. The lead 61 for the Indians.
It does look like they're just happy to knock it around, as we see Fortuyn starting another over. His 31st in this innings. He's picked up 3 wickets. He's searching for that 5th.
He hasn't stopped. Old ball, new ball, white ball, red ball, whatever it is, give it to him. He is one of those attacking spin bowlers. Doesn't mind to be taken on, doesn't mind changing it up in order to give himself a chance to get a wicket. Sometimes spinners are happy to be blocked off, blocked off, blocked off, blocked off. Not this gentleman. This gentleman will come at you, he will come at your stumps, he will come for your edge. He will go for runs at times, but he will bag you some wickets.
He's always in the wickets, even when he plays for Proteas in the T20s. Even if he does go for a couple of runs, you're almost certain of a wicket somewhere. Oh, bit of a miscommunication there by Washington and Akshay.
It's such a quality player as Bjorn Fortuyn that if he was a player from previous generations, he definitely would have cracked it as South Africa's search for spinners was coming through. He's a proper quality player. But now we have the likes of Keshav Maharaj, Simon Harmer, and now you bowling to a Akshay Patel, who brings up his 50 runs. He brings it up against you. Brings up the 50 and 61 deliveries.
And that is what they were waiting for, is just Akshay Patel getting to his 50, and the captains feel that this will be the end of the match. It is going absolutely nowhere. There's no way we're going to pick up 24 wickets in the remaining session and a half that is left. It's been a very interesting match, and like you said, that one day that we lost, one more day could have set up something for each team.
One more day would have been brilliant, because the way the first session was played was incredibly conservative by Tilak Varma and by Jurel, where if we had certainty of another day that could have played more differently, would have seen a different style of cricket which would have set India up a chance to bowl at South Africa again. However, it's not the situation here, and it's quite a pity for this SAA series versus India A, where both matches saw us losing the first day and thus squashing the rest of the match into very few sessions where we cannot possibly work ourselves into a result. Could have been great cricket, could have been over the top cricket if there was a result, but nonetheless it was entertaining for the time that we had to watch it.
Yeah, it was very entertaining, Pendulo. It was fascinating stuff. And let's have a quick run through the top scorers for the SAA. Scoring at 163 was number 11, Tsepo Moreki, who scored a 42, and Johan van Dijk 41. And the next person there on the list would be Matthew Breedska, scored his 36, and the pick of the bowlers for India, without a doubt, Avesh Khan. 5 wickets, he took a fiver for 54 in his 23.3 overs, and very well supported by Akshay Patel. And quick run through.
And wasn't that entertaining stuff from Avesh Khan?
Oh, Avesh Khan, I still
just
was moving around so much, and going to Cape Town, you gotta feel that the nod has got to be to him. You've got to feel confident.
It was an amazing bowling effort from him. And even from a South African point of view, seeing how Beya Swanepoel bowled in the morning, bowling to that annoying partnership of Tilak Varma and Jurel in the eyes of the South African, a saviour partnership, a strong partnership if you're India though.
Yes, if you're South Africa, there was a partnership that was just tedious. It was just taking you through the ranks. As we have a quick look at the Indian scorecard there, Pendulo.
Yeah, it was that partnership of 50 being scored by Tilak Varma and 69 being scored by Jurel, taking a bulk amount of the time. But happiness is that most of the Indian players got good starts. Pity they didn't convert, and happiness for Akshay Patel making up that 50. And in the bowling department, Beya Swanepoel coming back very well in the morning with a couple of maiden overs to go below those 3 runs to the over. But of course, the wicket taken beyond 14, taking 30 overs, bringing those wickets of Tilak Varma and the wickets of Jurel into his bag. Alas, with no time and with the game only on its second innings, it has come to a close. But the end of this game is not the end of the match. Oh, the end of this game is not the end of the cricket. It still continues. It's still beautiful.
And it continues with the Tri-Nations that is still going on as well, with India, South Africa and Afghanistan playing.
And then after that, they are all preparing for the Under-19 World Cup, and with it less than a month away, the future stars of cricket will be debuting on the world stage in the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup, which will be starting on the 19th of January 2024. South Africa will be hosting this World Class tournament across 5 cities, so you are not left out if you're in Potchefstroom, if you're in Benoni, if you're in Bloemfontein, down in the Eastern Cape of East London, or in the Diamond City of Kimberley. We have it all. Entry will be free, so come witness the future of cricket right here in the soil of South Africa. That is the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup. We are going to be having it all, so woza nawe and be part of it.
Yes, and Pendulo, always an honor working with you. Thank you very much. It's been a privilege. And we're not done for the year. We're actually done for the year, you and I. Hope you have a great festive season. Go ballistic. Go enjoy yourself, but be safe. And to everyone out there listening to us, please don't forget that the Tri-Nations is still on the go. We'll be covering that on Pitch Vision and YouTube as well. And enjoy the cricket that it is. Enjoy the festive season. Enjoy the family time. And please be safe and look after yourself and each other, and be safe on the roads. And we'll see you again very soon with more cricket.
Yeah, because that more cricket, you have to stay soon. So you can see that New Year's Test match, Gert. South Africa started off well winning, and they can win again. The legendary rivalry between South Africa and India continues when the Proteas leading that 1-0 Betway series. So get your tickets at ticketpros.co.za for the match starting on the 3rd of January, ending on the 7th of January. So let's go for it. Be part of it. Wozanawe. Let's go South Africa. And this has been a broadcast brought to you by Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. We have been at Benoni, Willowmoore Park, and we shall see each other again for more cricket in the Tri-Series on the 31st of December and then on the 3rd of January for the Freedom Series. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. We shall see you again just around the corner.